There we go. Okay, YouTube is up and running. Let me close this. All right. One argument ain't gonna stop everyone from to eat meat. What argument? You everything you've said, I've provided you with some sort of evidence. Omnivores were able to eat everything except actual metals. Yeah, because you're omnivore, that means that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, right? So why choose harm? We have canine teeth designed for meat. Jasmine, can you run out to a gazelle or a deer and put your mouth around their neck and bite through their fur and flesh and rip apart its neck with your teeth? Please. Teeth are not an indicator of an animal that's meant to eat meat. Let's see. This might be broken, so work with me here, but let me make sure
Hey, how
that
you doing?
people can hear you. How's it going? Is it Keo or
Decent.
Ko?
Yeah, whichever way you want to say it, I don't mind.
Yeah, what's going on?
Not much, man. Not much. I do want to say though, I'm not a vegan or a vegetarian.
Okay. So
That's it.
why do you think it's okay to eat animals in 2025?
Because honestly, bro, I love meat. I just love the taste of meat.
But if
I
I
can't.
said I love eating dogs, would that be okay with you?
I mean, yeah. If you don't do that, I don't have an issue with that.
Would you eat dogs?
Nah, I wouldn't eat dogs.
Why not? What if they taste good? What if you find out they taste good?
Well, if I'm going to let's say a country that does like have dogs in their menu, I would definitely try it at
No,
least
but like,
once.
why does where you are matter? I don't understand. Like, why does the all of a sudden if you landed in Asia or India or Africa or any other country that where they might eat dogs, like why does that
Well, I mean,
change?
I said Asia because I believe that they prepare their food better than the Western countries.
So what if
But
I prepared a plate of dog meat here in the same way they prepared over there? Would you eat it? Would you eat them?
I mean, would you do it good though?
Yeah. What if I did it exactly the same? What if a person from you said Asia. So what if a person from Asia opens up a restaurant here and starts just picking up all the stray dogs and preparing them for you? Would you eat it? Would you
Oh,
eat
that's
them?
crazy. I wouldn't do that. I
Well,
wouldn't
why
do
is it
that.
well, why is it crazy? Like if they're doing it there and you're okay with eating it there, then why aren't you okay with eating it here?
Because it's more okay to do it over there. For me in here, I mean, I'm more like, okay, people don't really eat food or dog food or dogs at all
Well,
because they're seen mostly just they're seen as domestic animals. But
but
it's not unheard of to eat on domestic animals.
yeah,
It's not
it's
unheard
not
of.
hurt. It's not unheard of. But I'm trying to understand because you're trying to look at what other people. Oh, excuse me. You're trying to look at what other people are doing in other countries. But I'm asking you specifically, you yourself, with your moral baseline. Why when I change it to the fact that we can prepare it the same way, because you said that's why you would eat it in Asian cultures because the way they prepare it. So if I prepared a dog in the same way they would, exactly the same, and everything, and did it here, and picked up stray dogs off the street because they're just stray, nobody owns them, right? They're not anybody's companion or pet, right? And prepared it in the same way for you, why would you say that's disgusting? Like what changes?
Well, you know what? If you told me that, oh yeah, no, I literally picked it off the street. Like you see that, you see that body over there? Yeah, I took it from there. I would be like, oh, that's disgusting. Like, damn, bro, you don't have to show me that.
No, they're
But
not.
if you
They're not dead.
said,
They're like alive. Like, I just
oh,
grabbed
wait,
stray
hold on, so
dogs.
you just cut off, what was that? So you
No,
just cut off the legs and just cook it?
I literally pick up. I see. Okay, look, there's a bunch of stray dogs. We got a problem here. All these stray dogs and cats running around. I just pick them all up because they're nobody's. They're not going to a shelter. They're nobody. They're not anybody's companion animal. I
Yeah,
just
okay,
pick
that's
them
right.
up, take them to my restaurant, and just cook them, and then feed it to you. Would you be okay with eating them?
As long as you do it good, yeah, I'll do it.
So you don't.
That's,
So then you don't care if it's in Asian culture or you're in Asia or any place where they eat dog. If they prepared it in the same way, you would just eat dog. You don't care. You
not even,
don't see
not even
any.
not even that, but like if it's good and it looks good and you clearly took time to prepare it so that somebody else can enjoy it, then I'm gonna be like, okay, you know what? I have to try everything at least once.
So
Maybe
you.
not human, meat, but definitely like anything, right?
Well, why wouldn't you eat a human then?
I don't know. It just feels fucked up, to do that.
So what moral difference is there between aside from the fact that we're human and we're the same species? What moral difference is there between eating a human and eating a dog?
Excuse me.
You're good.
I don't know, man. Like it's just for me. I've never been in a situation where I have to eat human meat, and I don't really want to, because I'm made of human meat. And if somebody find me delicious, then I'd probably have an issue with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what
So
about
I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to eat human meat because I'm also a human.
people that have issues with you being okay with eating dogs?
I mean, everybody has their opinion. I think everybody's opinion is important. But it's also my opinion to if I want to eat dogs and try it for the first time. If I don't like it, then I'm probably not gonna eat it ever again. Like I know I tried iguana and cocodrilo. I didn't really like it. It's too bitter.
You said who?
But cocodrilo, or I'm sorry, it's not my first language,
You're
but
good.
like crocs. I eat
Oh,
iguanas.
crocodile, iguanas.
Yeah, frogs. Shit, some snails. They're pretty good. Like frogs, bro, dude. Frog legs are delicious, bro.
You
Oh, there
think?
we go.
Do you think that it's good for the animal?
Probably not, cause I'm eating it. I'm chewing it up.
Yeah. Do you think that it's even if somebody prepares a dog here and you think it's delicious and you continue eating dogs, do you think it's good for the dogs? Like, how do you think it's good for them? How do you think they feel?
Well, they can't really feel because they're, you know, in my stomach.
Well, I mean, feel in a sense of if they're alive and I'm saying, well, here, well, I gotta feed KO, some dog, so I'm gonna chop you up and take your life to feed it to them. You think the animals would feel okay with that? Like, put
I mean,
yourself in the position of the animal, right? Like, put yourself in the position of the animal that's gonna be unalived for somebody, where the only justification that you are using is that if it tastes good, because you're saying, I don't care if it's in Asia culture or here in America, if they cook it right, they cook them right with in whatever way that they cook it, as long as it's cooked correctly, I'm gonna eat them. Like, that's their only justification. It's just taste.
yeah, but you have to realize that a street dog. I mean, at some point they're gonna be eaten or they're gonna die, and then their body is gonna be eaten by other
Well, how do
bacteria.
you know that though? How do you know? How do you know? Like,
How
if
the world works.
just because we're going to die doesn't mean that it's okay that you take their life whenever you want, right? Like, if the dog has the potential to live on the street and you don't know how long they could live their entire life and die of old age. Why say, well, they're gonna die anyway and I'm just gonna eat them, right?
Because I mean, we apply that in anywhere in nature, right? Like, why do birds eat meat? Why do cows, eat plants? Or why do
Well,
I don't know?
do you
What if
think that,
anybody?
like, a bird or a lion or an owl, do you think that they have the same understandings as you? Like, do you think they can know right from wrong?
I mean, I know that they run in instincts, or at least they
Yeah.
act in a way that it's beneficial for them.
Well,
They
exactly,
don't.
right? They're not
Yeah.
they're not moral agents like you. Like, they can't determine what's right and wrong. If I went around and just decided, oh, I just want to kick all these dogs because I wanted exercise, would you be okay with that?
Kick dogs.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, right? You could just
Yeah,
be
that's
honest and
what
say no, it's silly, right?
I mean, no, it is silly, right? Because at that point, you're not really even killing the animal. You're not even doing anything for it. You're just harming it to harm it. You're not really fitting yourself with it. You're not really
I'm
like
yeah, I'm
you're not.
glad
Mhm.
I'm glad that you said that I'm just harming it to harm it. I'm doing it for a measly pleasure, a little bit of pleasure or exercise of just kicking dogs, because you're doing the same thing when you say that I don't care if, as long as it's cooked, as long as they're cooked correctly or cooked a certain way and it provides me with food and taste pleasure, that I'm okay with
Right,
that.
right. But
Like, they're
like,
both
that's the word, right?
they're
Food.
yeah, but they're both forms of pleasure, because if you have the options to eat foods that don't involve the taking of an animal's life, then why wouldn't you choose that?
Well, because that's just not how life works. Animals eat each other all the time. So why can't humans not eat other animals?
I mean, do I
I feel like
eat
it's
people?
totally fine.
Do I?
Huh?
I'm not eating people or animals, right? So it's not just life, right? That's your life, but
Right,
it's
but
not
when
the
you were
life that
small,
people have to
baby,
live, right? You don't
yeah.
have to live that life.
Were you born in a vegan household?
Nope. I went vegan 6 years ago on my own.
So I'm assuming that you already ate meats, right?
Yeah, I've
When
eaten
you were a
animals
kid.
before. Yeah, of course.
So I mean, you'd still have to eat animals to sustain yourself, regardless if if you could or could not like avoid it. But you still harmed animals and you still ate them. So
Yeah, but I don't do that. But
does
now that
that,
I've learned and I've put myself in the position of the animals and I've seen what happens to them in animal agriculture, and I've come to the realization that I do not need this anymore. I don't do it anymore, which is why I'm now vegan. So it doesn't matter what I did in the past. Obviously, I wish I had known sooner. Obviously, as a vegan now, I would say, man, it sucks that I've exploited animals unnecessarily. But
wait,
now that
hold
I
on,
know,
hold
now that I know what happens, I don't do it
on.
anymore. I'm 36.
You're 36 and you started becoming a vegan 6 months ago.
No, I said 6 years ago I was vegan and 3 years plant based before that. So I haven't
So
been
by
eating
the time you were
animals for
25,
9 years.
so by the time you were 25, you were still eating meat, and
Yeah.
you didn't know that what was happening in the industry.
Do you know what happens to animals in the industry, in the animal agriculture
I'm
industry?
aware. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks for the mass the mass murdering. It's crazy. But I'm not talking about that, right? I'm talking about you saying that apparently you didn't know that was happening when you were 25 years old.
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
Yeah. Did you know?
Yeah, I know that right now. I knew it since I was 14 years
So
old.
so what happens to male chicks in the egg laying industry? Do you know what happens to them?
Pretty sure we make them into chicken nuggets.
Do you know how?
I think it's like a massive shredder.
Yeah. Mass. It's called a macerator, or they gas them alive. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. Yeah,
Did you know that what happens to pigs in slaughter?
yeah. I mean, they slaughter them.
They
Yeah,
they do what now?
they slaughter them.
How? Could you tell me how?
Probably cut them into tiny pieces.
They gas them. Majority of them are gassed alive.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to eat gassed meat, especially like chemical meat like that. That seems a
Well,
little.
I'm just trying to prove a point, right? That like even though the majority of us know we're eating animals, we're not aware of the method. We're not aware of the scale at which it happens. So that's an important thing to know, is because a lot of people know they eat animals, but they fail to recognize at what scale and what the methods are. They're very, very cruel. People think that just cows live until their old age of 15 years old, and then they die and pass on, and we eat them, and that's not the case, right? Like
Yeah, no.
male cows are unalived at 18 months of age, dairy cows are unalived at 4 to 6 years of age. Like people understand the baseline of where these products come from, but they don't understand truly, or they don't put themselves in the position of the animal to understand what that must feel like, having your baby taken away from you and having yourself systematically impregnated just to produce milk for people to drink when you're
Yeah.
producing milk for your babies. So I understand you're saying that I didn't know at 25, but a lot of people don't know, and they're much older than me right now. So.
That's crazy. That's
Hmm.
crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that people at your age didn't really know.
But
That's
even
crazy.
you didn't know, right? You didn't know that pigs get gassed alive. So there's
Yeah, yeah.
some.
I knew. So I learned about that in a documentary about when I was. I guess. I mean, I'm estimating right here about when I was 14 to 13 years old. It sucked, but it is what it is. Like one thing about the human world, bro, it's just like civilization takes a lot of sacrifice, not only by animals but also by humans.
Yeah.
So one thing about us is that we have become the apex predator of our world, right? We have learned how to manipulate ecosystems so that they can benefit us. We have manipulated the skies even. Like we have manipulated a lot of things that even back then it would be considered witchcraft, and now we're looking at the animal kingdom, right? And to be honest, all this killing, everything about all these animals dying early and being separated from the mother, that happens in the animal kingdom too. Like it happens all the time in the animal kingdom, in the forests, in the wild plains. Like it happens everywhere. There's always some animal that's gonna suffer regardless of our consequences or not. Like
Yeah.
so, to
But
answer
that's
your
the
point,
thing, right? Like that's.
so you're saying that because us humans have a higher consciousness, we should have more regards as to what we do with our surroundings.
Yeah. Why
And
not?
I understand your point of view because it's respectable. Like I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not. That's clearly like you clearly care about other beings other than just humans, and that's cool and all. But it's just not how I see things. And I hope that you can understand. Like I don't really see myself being equal to like a pig or a fish or crab. I mean, I just don't see myself being an equal to them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
I
I
get
feel
I
like
get
it's
what
a
you're
good.
saying, but look, let me try to address everything that because you definitely brought up a lot of things, right? So let me try to address
I got you. I got
all of
you.
the things that you brought up, and that's okay. Um, so I think the thing to consider is that there's intentional harm and there's intentional exploitation, and then there's non-intentional or indirect exploitation or indirect harm. If we obviously us as the human race, we need to, or human species, we need to survive. So we have to grow crops, we have to feed our people, we have to expand our civilization. Those things are going to happen to navigate the world as our population increases. But the difference is that it's not just that's the way life is because there are people that make a conscious decision to say I'm not going to continue in the direct exploitation of animals and sentient life. So yes, obviously when you buy a home or you build a new home or you drive a car or you use a cell phone or get crops that come from plant agriculture that have used pesticides, like we have to protect our food crops and we have to expand our civilization. Those are indirect harm. But when people consume animals, that's a direct violation to their life, their inherent right to life, in saying that I don't care that I can eat plants. I want to eat animals because it tastes good. So you're taking their entire life and summarizing it to a 5 minute taste pleasure that you're gonna forget about in a week and a half, right? So I understand that you're saying that's the way life is, but it doesn't have to be that way because we can live consciously through our choices and avoid that. And I mean, I forgot the second point that you brought up, but yeah, there's a clear difference of acting out of necessity and acting out of non necessity or causing direct harm or direct violations to their right to life. So it's not really the same thing, especially when it comes down to just the taste pleasure. I just like the way it tastes. If it tastes good, I don't care.
Well, I guess we're lucky enough to actually consider, having even the feeling of taste, right? Like back then, we didn't really have a choice to really feel any taste because anything that we had in our table to survive, we would just eat it. At least that's how it was back then. Now we're privileged enough to see past that. That we can see, taste. We can see salt. We can feel all these different things in our mouths just because we have a civilization that can support that. But back then, I mean, look, bro, I'm not look. Let me just bring up something, right? So us humans have played with agriculture and farming and cattle since before civilization. That's more than 10,000 years ago, maybe more. I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I'm not a I'm not a historian, but we've been playing with that stuff a lot, and it comes easy to us, especially nowadays, to do that because we just grew again we grew an entire, what's the word, population under that agriculture and cattling and mass production of meats just to support, at least in America, 350 million people. So look, in a perfect world where the meat that is made, excuse me, the meat that is made in the labs and everything that is made in the labs that doesn't harm animals, it doesn't cause more carbon dioxide. I mean, that would be a perfect world where I would go ahead and try it. And believe me, I've tried vegan food. I've tried vegan food and vegan meats and plant-based meats, I guess. I've tried all those things, and they've been in circulation for a little bit. I believe about I want to say about maybe less than 100 years now. And it only recently just now become more sustainable, right? It just now become more sustainable. I believe I believe like in 10 years times. But it's just like I understand, but it's such a human deep rooted thing to eat meat and eat animals and eat plants and eat vegetables,
Yeah,
and
but just because we've
and
been doing something for such a long period of time doesn't mean that we have to continue doing it. Because if I
right,
applied
but
that sort
this
of
is the most
logic,
efficient way to do it too.
but think about it, if I applied that sort of logic to every aspect of our life of human civilization, there was a time and a period where we needed quote unquote needed slave labor to develop our civilization. We don't say, well, look, we've been using slaves for so long, so they've helped us get to where we are. No, we look back at that and we understand that at that time period it was definitely immoral, right? We don't
No,
even though
look,
and look, slavery still happens today, right? There are some countries that still participate in enslaving people, right? But we all can agree that we've learned from the past and we've realized, yes, we did it. Yes, it got us to where civilization is today, but we definitely find it immoral and it's wrong. And that's where we are today with animal agriculture. We have the ability to thrive and do a lot for our environment, to feed world hunger, and to just completely eliminate unaliving animals' lives unnecessarily. That we now live in that time period where people are thinking that it's okay and it's a way of life when we don't need to live that way. We have the capability to thrive, and the research and the information and the food choices and everything, the ability to just thrive on a plant-based diet or a veganic farming world and avoid animal exploitation as a whole.
no,
So
and so not like 100%. I agree with your traditional point, right? Like, yes, because it's been a tradition, we shouldn't be doing it forever and ever and ever. People evolve. Society evolves, and I 100% agree. The only thing, like I said, right? Like I said before, like vegan foods, I think vegan meats and stuff like that, they have been in circulation, at least in the Western world, as far as I know, they have been in circulation for about less than 100 years. And one point you said about slavery, right? Slavery has been ruled out in the future, in the modern world, because it's not needed anymore. We have machines to do the slave labor of what it used to be, right? We have machines that can grind the mills. We have machines that can cultivate all sorts of things. They can cultivate a lot of things. And now, of course, we have enough money to actually start paying those people to do the jobs and maintain the machines and whatnot. But back then, they didn't have any of that. That's why anytime anybody got into trouble and they became like criminals, they would be put into slavery. Or if you were poor, you would just become a slave so you can live off your owner. It's just a practice that happened back then, so that they could live on and sustain their own agriculture, which sucked. But nowadays we don't need to do that anymore, right? And that's why we abolished slavery, not only because we don't need it anymore, but also because we recognize that it was wrong, that we don't shouldn't exploit human beings like that. And I feel like at some point, and maybe in the next 15 to 100 years, we might have the same revelation with animals being mass produced and mass unalived in the industry, especially when technology advances and we have more chances of making more aware or agriculturally aware foods in the time. Then at that point I would feel like, okay, I would definitely try it, and if possible, if it's on the market for the same price as the meat that we have there that is mass produced, then I would definitely buy it and probably ignore what we have, or ignore the normal meat that we have. If it's it's just a matter of time, and also a matter of integrating that technology into the present world and how we can use it better.
but let me ask you this question, right? Because you even said that the vegan options are more prevalent now, that you can see that they're up and coming, right? And you're talking about how at a time where slavery was quote unquote needed or necessary, we didn't have that. And when we realized that, well, I don't know how true it is that we've had machinery to not use slave labor anymore. I think it was more of a moral justification of we don't need to use human beings for slave labor. Um,
Right.
how is it how can we sit here and have this conversation if at its core we now have the infrastructure to develop plant-based alternatives or even just not eating and consuming animal flesh, but you still are hung up on that they taste good? Do you understand? Like, I understand everything that you said, and I can definitely correlate it to the fact that we do still have what I would say as slavery in the form of now that it's these animals are enslaved. How can we even move forward in this conversation if you're still perfectly okay with consuming any animal, regardless or what it is or who they are, if they taste good? You know?
Well, I mean, it's just like it's just well. Let me put it this way, right? all animals just not all not every animal can eat any sort of meat or berry or anything like that. And usually the way that they understand what to eat is by taste or by
Hey,
how it looks. Like frogs, you
Keo,
know
can I
how
ask you a
turtles.
question?
Hold on, let me finish my statement first. But like you know how turtles only eat green colored things? It's because they've been conditioned, or at least they have evolved to pretty much eat anything that's green, right? It can be a literally a green ball that still try to eat it. It's because the leaves are green, and it's because all these things that they are able to eat is green. And it goes same for the human, palate, right, or taste palate, where if we try to eat it, our brain will recognize the taste of it, and it will tell us like, oh yeah, that's good, and that's gonna give you dopamine, and it gives you a reward for eating. So that's why eating is such a big thing in our world. Is because our brains are literally they are hardwired to eat. They're hardwired to taste all different things and enjoy them. That's
The
why it's such a prevailing
Yeah,
issue.
the one thing I'll
Keo,
say about that, Keo, before, and I don't want, and Keo, I don't want you to feel like we're piling on you and there's a bunch of vegans in here. It's just helpful to have different perspectives and different
No, 100%.
approaches
Yeah, I agree.
to a conversation. So there's Ozark and Keith is in here, but I just want to say one thing in regard before Ozark asks you his question. But what you're saying is the dopamine hit that you get is what drives us as human beings. There's a lot of things you can do that give people dopamine hits that are definitely immoral, whether it's SAing somebody or murderers that go around and take people's lives. And on top of that, these taste pleasures that people get and these dopamine hits that people get from food, it's not like they're consuming just straight raw animal flesh or raw cow or chicken with no seasonings. Those spices and ingredients or seasonings are all made from plants. So you can get those same dopamine hits from those same flavors with food that's not animal flesh and seasoned the same way. So I just wanted to say that before Ozark asks his question, because we definitely got to be careful when we talk about in regards to dopamine hits or satisfactions that we get from our brain, because then murderers can just run around saying, "Oh, but it makes me feel good," right? So we just got to be a little bit careful about that. But Ozark, go ahead and
Mhm.
ask your question.
yeah, I just want to mention briefly too, like before I move on. Most people hate the taste of beer before, like when they try it for the first few times, and then eventually develop a like for it because of the dopamine hit. But I wanted to kind of circle back a little bit because you made a good point when you had mentioned like we don't have the need for slavery, especially like with all of the technology that we have. I mean, we did move away from that before we had most of the technology that we have today because humans did express a bit of empathy towards their fellow human beings that were being exploited. But let's use your logic a little bit on the available technology that we do have today. If if we were presented with the scenario into which we had other options and can live healthily on a plant-based diet, do you think that people should stop exploiting animals and consuming them?
Well, is it the same cost that any other diet?
No, I'm saying, do you think that we should stop exploiting others if we have the technology available to not do so?
But we do have the technology available for us. The only thing
Well,
is
that's
that
what but
that
that's
we
what
have
I'm
to.
asking. So you said slavery wasn't necessary because of that, but you're still justifying the consumption of animals despite having the technology available.
Right, but the thing is, most of the driving factors when you're looking at the grocery store is not the product itself, mostly just the cost of it.
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, like the poorest, most disparaged communities rely heavily on plant foods because of how inexpensive they are, and the meat consumption is actually disproportionate to the wealthier communities, right? So, consuming a plant based diet is generally significantly cheaper unless you are hung up on the desire for like specific alternatives and novelty foods, which are actually relatively inexpensive in comparison when you make them at home, right? And they're easy to do. But what we're talking about here is we have the technology and we have the options available to not exploit others. So based upon your logic, we don't need to do it anymore. We're just choosing to. Why is that okay? When we can make that same decision when it comes to oppressing others in any other manner.
Well, I guess what comes in play is also how we view animals, right? Like we don't believe that animals are the same as us, and I guess that's one of the driving factors. Even though we have the technology today to go ahead and make vegan food and whatnot. Like one of the biggest things is also like the only reason why we even let slaves to be free was because we decided as groups and humans that okay, we don't really need slaves. And also it's really wrong. It's really wrong to have slaves also because that's a whole human being. That's a man of
But
God.
you're,
You know.
I understand what you're saying, and I don't want to keep going into point after point because I get what you're saying clearly, but you understand that it's an arbitrary line that we draw. Like, I will use like, I hate doing this, but I'll use my culture as an example. Like, I came from a Jewish family, and a lot of the things that including in the scripture, like we use terminology to dehumanize other humans that weren't, Israelites. I don't agree with that at all, but it's an arbitrary line that we draw, you know, towards others to make ourselves superior. Like, do you understand that?
Right, I understand that, but I don't think, I mean, like, again, like the difference between a Jew and a human being is that the Jew believes in God and another human being might not. Like, there's no real any other sort of difference.
Sure.
Than
So
an
humans
animal.
are mammals, right?
Say one more time.
Humans are mammals, right?
But hold on. But so the difference between a Jew and a human is that there's not really
No,
much of a difference, right? It's
it's
just
arbitrary. I understand it's arbitrary, but I'm
right.
asking you, humans are mammals, correct?
Yeah, we're mammals. Yeah.
And mammals are animals, correct?
Yep.
So essentially, what we are doing is drawing this arbitrary line of superiority between us and them. It's exactly the same, and that's my point. Do you recognize that?
Well, hold on, because you're saying that there's an art. Okay, so say that one more time.
Humans are mammals, which you agreed on, right?
Uh huh.
And mammals are animals, correct?
Yes.
So anything that would, like, we are drawing this arbitrary line between us and other animals. Like the line of superiority that you are drawing is arbitrary between us and other animals because we are also in fact animals. Like,
Right.
do you, do
So
you
we are
understand
animals,
that?
right? By definition, so we are animals. You're right. But see, and I personally, I've never seen an animal make a good civilization like ours. You
So
know.
but that goes to show that we have these capabilities of doing wonderful things. We also have these abilities to develop like a society where we move away from unethical practices.
I
Why should we use our intelligence and our ability when we can do great things to do destructive things because of desire?
Well, it's
I,
because I guess we're animals and we do whatever we want, and we're not narcissists at some points. That's why we have wars.
well, okay, so I'm not disagreeing that none of that stuff happens, right?
Uh huh.
But I'm saying, like, I'm sure you have your own moral code of what's right and wrong, you know.
Yeah, and
But
animals do too.
so we're talking about like you and me, not people who are waging war against other people or doing bad things to other people. We're talking about you and me and our consumption habits and the victims involved and how we can stop that. And I'm using your logic according to what you had mentioned. We have the technology and we have the options available to where we don't have to consume other animals, right? And that the line that you are drawing between you and them is an arbitrary line. Every single species is unique from each other. It's not just humans are unique from every other species and they're all the same. Like some species use echolocation. Some species can breathe underwater without machinery. Some species can fly without machinery. Right? Those are all traits that humans don't have. Like, we didn't evolve to do those. So an argument can be made that those species are superior to us in those instances, right? We are drawing an arbitrary line, and that's what I'm trying to help you understand.
Right, but I mean, superiority can be considered over, really power over others. It's
Might doesn't make right.
well, I mean, in the kingdom, in the animal kingdom, it does. That's why
So
we
you're saying it's okay for people to go SA other people because might makes right.
no, because we understand that between us humans, we shouldn't do that to each other because
So
it's not right.
there's an arbitrary line right there. We are animals, and you had said that humans are animals, and we can do what we want because of that. Like that's
So do you
another
believe that?
logical
So hold on. So do you
inconsistency.
believe that that a shark shouldn't be eating fish and instead should go
Does a
you know,
shark shop at a grocery store and have options and technology and machinery available,
no,
or are
but
they
it's an animal,
capable
right?
of making decisions like we can?
Yeah, but right, it's an animal, right? You're
Then
saying
why
that
are
because
you
they're also
comparing
animals.
yourself to a shark?
Hold on. Yeah, exactly, right? Why are you
You
comparing
just said
human
that
beings?
humans you just said that humans have this code to where we shouldn't do things to other humans because
Well,
we
it's not a
said, but
code.
it still happens.
It's not really a
You know,
code. It's
but
more
you
like
you
a
said you think it's
morality.
wrong. You said you think we shouldn't do it.
Say it one more time.
I said, but you said you also think it's wrong and we shouldn't do it because we recognize we shouldn't do it.
Do what? I'm sorry. Hold on. You lost me there.
Essay other people.
Oh no, we shouldn't.
Yeah, exactly, right? And that's common in nature.
We believe that eating animals is the same as saying other people. I mean, it's a weird comparison,
Do you know what exploitation is?
right? But do you know what feeding
No, I'm
others
asking
is?
you, do you know what exploitation is?
Are you saying that? Hold on. Are you saying that SA
No,
is
no.
the same as eating
So
animals?
I'm asking you if you know what exploitation is. It's
And I'm
very
asking you, do
important.
you believe that
What,
SA is the same as
dude?
eating
Stop. It's
animals?
very important that you understand what exploitation is, so I can answer your question.
Right. But again, you haven't. So I'm not gonna ask you yours.
Because if you don't understand what exploitation is, I can't logically answer your
Right. No, but
question
you know,
for you.
just answer my
You
question.
did.
We can go ahead and
I
I'll
will
ask
if
you
you
yours.
answer. Do you know what exploitation is? Why are you avoiding asking that? Because if you
Why are
if
you
you
asking me a question?
understand,
I'm asking
I
you a
can
question.
answer your question without giving you an explanation. Do you understand what exploitation
Okay,
is?
look, I just listened to correlation between essaying a human being and then eating an animal for sustenance. I just don't get it.
Kyo, it's not a competition. Like you can recognize that both things are bad. You might even extrapolate and say that one is worse than the other. The point is that they're both bad things that shouldn't have to happen if we can
Right,
avoid
right,
them.
right. But this is a question to Oscar, and I'm not trying to make it a competition. I'm just asking a genuine question as to why he's, making this correlation that's
Okay, just
essaying with
listen.
eating
Just
an
just
animal.
just stop for a second, please. I'm asking you really quickly. Do you know what exploitation is? It's a yes or
Still,
no
you haven't
question.
even answered my question. I'm
I'm
just
trying to I'm trying to
answering.
answer your question though. Like I'm
By
really
asking
trying.
you a question.
Okay. So fine. How about this? One is exploitation. The other is exploitation. Do you understand what exploitation is now? Since I just answered your question.
So you believe they're both the same thing, right?
No, I never said they were the same, but they
Well,
are
you said
both
exploitation, and
exploitation.
then the other one is
They are
also
both
exploitation.
exploitation of others.
It's just weird to me that you would even make that comparison.
Well, so
So Kyo,
exploitation is
drawing parallels doesn't mean drawing a direct equal sign between
But
things.
he
He's not
did,
saying that
though. But
he's
he did.
he,
That's the
no, I
thing.
no,
never said that they were the same or equal. I am using two situations and where exploitation is happening,
So
right?
okay. So hold on. So okay. So let's say that I kill an animal, right? I kill an animal and I eat it. That's exploitation.
Yes, because you are unfairly using somebody else to your benefit.
Somebody
That's why
else.
I asked. That's why I was asking if you understand what exploitation means. I'm not trying to be rude and I'm not trying to continue talking over you, but it's very relevant to the discussion here. So you understand just because there are different forms of exploitation doesn't mean they're all the same, but they are still forms of exploitation. Horseback riding is exploitation, right? Slavery is exploitation. Taking the life of another individual because you want to experience pleasure from them is exploitation.
Do you believe
Essaying
that eating
somebody is
plants is not
exploitation.
exploitation?
They're all forms of exploitation, and that's my point. They
Okay,
might
no,
not all
and
be the
I agree.
same, and they might all have different levels, but they are all exploitation.
Right, right, and I agree, right? And I mean, the same could be said about cutting down a tree. The same could be said about eating a plant. The same could be said about harvesting a plant for its fruits. It's exploitation, isn't it?
well, no, the plant isn't sentient. You can
Oh,
only
so we draw a
exploit.
line at the plant, but the plant is
Well, no,
alive.
no, no. We don't draw the line at the plant because they are a plant. We draw the line there because they lack a certain trait. If a
So hold
plant,
on. So you're
if a
saying that it's
plant,
not sentient? So
yeah,
hold on. You're saying that it's
if
not. So a tree is not sentient, but it can move around over time and it can adjust
yeah, can
itself
you can
with
you
the.
yeah, correct. Do you know what sentience is? I can define it for you if you'd like.
No, but I mean, it seems like even though it's alive, right? Like we can both confirm a tree is alive, right? It can
We're
clearly
we're aware, yeah,
react to its
we're
environment.
aware. Yeah, you're running down a line that I'm not arguing. I'm aware that a tree is alive. We're arguing the point of sentience. Do you know what sentience is?
Go on.
Right. So sentience involves the capacity to experience sensations and emotions. So, pain, fear, joy, love, etc. Things like this. And that's going to require, generally speaking, some form of a nervous system, some form of a sensory organ, and then more importantly than all, involves a central processing unit, which would be something like a brain or a cerebral ganglia. And that's used to process and integrate sensory information. Plants lack neurons and synapses and do not have any semblance of a centralized processing organ that would be anywhere akin to a brain. Even the most basic of brains, which again would be a cerebral ganglia, they don't have anything like this. The responses that they have, moving around, these are reactions to stimuli. This is basically, if you were to in their bodies, they would release chemicals when damage occurs, and they might grow towards the light. That's what they're reacting to in terms of the stimuli. They're governed by biochemical and hormonal processes, not conscious experiences and decisions. So, to kind of like draw a parallel here to make it easier to understand what the difference between just reacting to stimuli is versus like a conscious thought, my thermostat reacts to stimuli. It reacts to the temperature in the air, and the red liquid inside the thermostat will go up or down depending on the stimuli, the temperature outside. Same with like my phone. If I tap my phone, the reaction to stimuli of me tapping on my phone causes it to react and wake the screen. But that doesn't mean that my phone or my thermostat are sentient. They just react to stimuli.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. But honestly, I would argue that animals do also react to stimuli too. If they
I
feel
also
something, they'll make sure to remember that and not do that.
And even still, even if we were to say that plants were sentient, we obviously understand as humans we need to consume, something in order to survive. And when you're consuming animal-based products, you're not only paying for the animal-based product that you're consuming, you're also innately paying for the crops that were fed to that sentient being. So if you're worried about like something like crop deaths and you want to reduce the overall amount of plants being consumed, it's important to understand, what the crop usage would look like. So,
Well,
you know,
hold on. So you're saying because you're paying for something, you're inherently also advocating for it?
well, no, I'm just saying that if you want to consume the body of a sentient being, like if you want to consume a cow, you have to understand that that cow was fed. So if you, for example, you say, "Oh, we need to reduce the amount of plant deaths that are occurring. I'm opposed to plant deaths. I don't like that this is happening." Well, and like your answer is like, "My answer to this problem is to eat more cows." Well, if your problem is plant deaths, you would be increasing the amount of plant deaths by consuming more cows.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. So like, for example, in our current system, like agriculturally speaking, just purely looking at crops grown, so we currently grow about like 1.25 billion hectares of land for all crops, both crops fed directly to humans as well as crops grown to feed to livestock. And in a fully plant-based world, you can look this up on like our world and data and a few other sources. Basically, the amount of crops being produced would drop from 1.25 to just under 1 billion, so around I think like 900 million or so. So yeah, you would see a net reduction in crop production, but not only that, the biggest reduction you would see is the mass reduction in pasture lands that we have, renovated, because the 65% of all land use change that has occurred in the last 50 years has been for animal agriculture, us clearing land to make pastures to raise animals on. This is why when we look at things like the Amazon rainforest, 80 to 90% of the deforestation that has taken place there has been to clear land for cattle ranching. So that's kind of like the point is, not only are we not, just talking about crops being, produced, we also need to look at what land is being completely desecrated in the process, because there's irreversible damage and certain species of plants that are very unique to that land and probably are just gone forever now because of what we've done.
Okay.
So
All right. Okay. Look, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I have to go in a moment, but I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I don't think that animals are the same as human at all. That's it. That's it. That's my final argument. I just don't
yeah,
believe humans are the same
that's
as
not
animals.
anything that we've ever
So that's
contended with.
the
The
thing.
entire contention is again on the needless use and exploitation of these animals
Right.
and
Well, it's just
taking
something
their
we have to
lives.
do to make sure that we have to live. So it is what it is.
Sorry, what?
So hold on, my bad. I have to go. Bye bye.
Does anyone know what he said at the end there?
He said it's something that we have to do to live,
Oh my
which we've
god.
already demonstrated that we don't. So he's just
He said it is what it is, which is what he's been saying from the beginning.
Yeah.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is, bro. We're not the same. And nobody said that. We're not the same.
dude. Can you imagine like sitting in front of a judge and just saying it is what it is?
It is what it is. So
And then you're sentenced to life. No, sorry, I gotta go. I gotta go here. It is what it is. Bye. And just walk out
it's
the
like,
door.
why are you, Judge? Why are you so mad? Like,
Is what it is. I gotta go though.
It was just it's a
Just- you're
dog.
just
It's
upset.
not the same as us. Yeah, I was doing dog fighting, but they're not the same as us. It is
He
what
was
it
like
is.
right there too, like with the whole slavery thing. It's like we have technology, we don't need to rely on human exploitation as much. It's like so you understand it's the exact same thing with our consumption, right? No, it's not.
I think I've spoken with this person before, Christopher Secco. I don't know if anybody wants to try. I don't think it went well. I think he is an adult. It went okay, and then it divulged to him saying
is
some
there anyone
stupid
else
shit.
that we want to talk to on the list?
There's
before
only
that?
2 people here: Mexican Mouse and
Totally in the mood.
Christopher.
I'll argue with somebody. I don't care.
All right, let's pull him up just because he's been here since the last guest requested, but I don't have faith. Just try to be respectful,
Or that you think
Christopher.
I said some stupid stuff. I wasn't.
Hold on, bro. Slow down, please.
Coming in hot.
Yeah, I understand you can defend yourself after, but just all I'm saying is just be respectful. I remember your name. I don't remember how it went. I feel like it did go south, so I'm just giving you a heads up. Just let's just try to keep it respectful, especially since you're interacting with some new people here. So that's all. You can take yourself off mute.
Hey Chris, I'm Scott. How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Scott. How are you?
Good, good. So why do you believe it's okay for humans to exploit other animals when we don't have to?
Well, so I mean, like, I don't feel that it's okay to exploit the animals in the way that we are, in especially in large factory farms. But I will say that in order to meet the demand of humans' appetite for meat, that seems to be humanity's solution as of right now, and I don't think it's correct. I prefer to buy my meat from local farmers markets where I know that the animals were at least unalived as ethically as possible.
Yeah, fair enough. So do you mind like me asking, you think it's okay for us to prioritize our desires over others, and unnecessarily take their life because it's something we want to do when we don't have to?
Well, it's not a have to do, but it's certainly better for us dietarily. So I've come to find out as of relatively recently, because I actually was considering becoming a vegan. But science is saying that brain scans of vegans, their brains are shrinking once they become vegan, and it's not good for your health. Although you can get proteins, from vegetables and different things, it's not as dietarily beneficial for you than eating some meat. And I'm not saying that eating meat as your only source of food is good. And certainly like the mass produced food like you find at McDonald's or any of the other mass growing of animals is good.
I'm not trying to be rude. Let me pause you for a second, please.
Yeah. I'll mute.
We are all very interested in this research. So if there's any way you can cite us this research, I would be happy to
Yes,
take a look
I
at
already
it.
know. I already know the research he's talking about. So that statement comes from a book titled "Why Vegans Have Smaller Brains and How Cows Can Save the Planet," which was, yeah, the author of that book has already been debunked full heartedly by scientific support. They
That
reference
wasn't my
that.
source, but okay.
Okay, well, go ahead and provide the other source, because the source of that book where he's making that claim, because that's a recent book and it has been a buzz article within the news recently because of that. And you just said, "Oh, I learned this recently, so I'm going to assume that you are reading articles related to that sentiment of that book."
Christopher, sorry,
Yes, you got
Christopher.
like
Just give me one
Just
second.
popped it into the chat for you, my dude.
Hold on. Just before we continue the conversation, just because we're getting bad audio feedback, Christopher, when you're not speaking, could you just mute yourself? It's just because I think the audio is getting picked up on
You
your
got it.
phone. Yeah. So we're getting like double audio. That's a. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you actually have like the peer reviewed data that can suggest that, like, I am like
Yeah,
significantly interested.
the to specifically get into it, so the study comes from a 2008 study. That study did not focus on vegans or dietary habits. Instead, that was a focus on the relationship between vitamin B12 levels and brain atrophy in elderly individuals without considering their dietary patterns. So, given the demographic and the time period of the study, it's unlikely that vegans were a significant representation in the participants. So, like an extrapolation of the findings to suggest that vegan diets are causing brain shrinkage is a misrepresentation of that research to begin with. The other thing is just most elderly people are actually recommended to take a B12 supplement anyways, because when you are acquiring B12 from meats and other animal-based products, well, especially meat, the problem with that when it comes to the dietary process is you have to cleave the B12 from the flesh to be able to obtain a significant amount of it. And that becomes a very big problem for people who are elderly, because as we age, the total volume of stomach acid that we retain is reduced more and more. So if you don't have enough stomach acid, you cleave less of the B12 from the meat, meaning elderly people are exceptionally susceptible to being B12 deficient when they are not supplementing, or at least getting like fortified foods where it's easier to cleave the B12. So, yeah, to answer that question, this was a study related to B12 levels and people not getting enough, and how doctors typically, resolve low B12 levels in elderly individuals is with supplementation anyways. They don't recommend they consume like 8 more pounds of meat. That's not how they resolve that.
So I love that you're citing other studies that prove a point, and I definitely certainly hearing that information, I will take a look at that and certainly consider being a vegan in my elder years and supplementing my need for that because I won't be able to pull it from animals. But actually, this was a number one brain doctor that was doing brain scans of people, and he's done over, I think he said 100,000 brain scans of different individuals.
Do you know the name of the doctor by chance?
I dropped the link in the chat. I'll do it again.
Oh, thanks. Now, I wanted to ask you also if we could present you with peer-reviewed data that demonstrates that plant-based diets are overall healthier and reduce risk factors to nearly all of the preventable illnesses. Would you consider? I know you mentioned you'd consider going vegan when you're older, but if that's a concern, is that something you would consider now if science were to demonstrate that you can be healthy and in fact healthier on a plant-based diet?
Yeah, I mean, I'd certainly consider it. And all in all, like, although I do enjoy eating chicken and I do enjoy eating beef and pork, I don't enjoy the aspect of factory farming, and that's primarily why I make the choices I make when I go shopping for those products. And it's certainly cognitively, it's a lot easier for me to cook up one thing rather than, try and find a diverse way of getting a full amount of protein in other ways. I mean, seitan and tofu. I mean, like I don't necessarily think soybeans were meant to be food. I think that they're more of a fuel, kind of like corn. But that, I don't know.
So there's a couple of things that you hit there that are decent points. I'll start with the most recent since it's fresh in my mind. Humans don't have claws or teeth or a natural ability to take down a live animal and start devouring it at that point, So that's an argument against our inherent biology to be made to eat animals. We have to cook animals to healthily digest and eat them, So it's not really a strong argument when it comes to cooking. Like we could prepare soy and we can digest it and get all of the protein that we need from it, and same with other veggies like corn and wheat and whatnot. So, that's just something to consider. I don't think we're really necessarily biologically made to hunt and eat living animals. I know we're technically omnivores and we scavenged and it was for our evolution, sure, but we don't have to, and we thrive on plant foods. I don't remember what the first point you had made was because you were you kind of said a lot there. That was just the most recent that I wanted to address.
So I just recently, as in just this morning, I was on TikTok, and there was a doctor who was up here talking about good ways to lose weight, right? And so I proceeded to follow his link to his information, and it's all free source information, and listen to his video on his website. And I think his site is called The New Health Conversation. Let me just. Yeah, it is The New Health Conversation. And, he says now and obviously not all doctors agree, right? But he says that when you're getting your protein from just a vegetable source, you're not getting the full amount of protein that you're ingesting, and a lot of it just ends up going out your waste.
Well, I understand what you're saying now. Bioavailability, I get that. There's really only, I think, one or maybe two actual protein sources that you don't completely waste. There is going to be waste in generally most of the protein and amino acids that you consume. And that is going to vary from source to source. But there is actually peer-reviewed data out there that shows that in the overall grand scheme of things, it's quite negligible. It doesn't really have much different of an effect, especially if you eat a little bit more than you were from that protein source. So it's really not that bad of a thing.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, I appreciate that information, and it's certainly, I do tend to agree with eating more vegetables and more plant-based food than eating primarily meat. And it's just, just in my humble opinion, that's probably the best for you health-wise. But I still kind of feeling like a little bit of meat isn't a bad thing for me to have.
Well, I remember what I was going to say now to something that you had mentioned earlier that kind of reminded me of it. But most vegans I know, including myself, did not quit eating animals because we didn't enjoy it. Most of us really did. We just connected the dots and understood that our consumption was actually really destructive, and that, we wouldn't want the same thing happening to us, and we're unnecessarily doing it to others, right? So I think that there's a lot of conditioning and cognitive dissonance that makes us cling on to some of these habits that we've been conditioned to do our whole life. So we try to rationalize it, even if that rationalization isn't necessarily true. And that's what we're trying to tackle here. Like, you don't have to consume like another life. Like that's most people don't. And that's what we're trying to address here is like, I know it feels like you might have to, but you really don't.
Sounds like you're a caring individual, and I appreciate that. Like, and ultimately, I mean, I don't really have an argument about like, if you find it to be too sad to eat animals, then like you find it too sad to eat animals. I don't think that I don't think that there's any other species on this planet that feels that way.
Well, I want to be very clear. I'm not trying to use emotion here. I mean, it's like I do carry emotions, but I don't carry like it's not necessarily a thing about being sad. It's just recognizing that like I guess let me use an example really quick. Would you yourself be willing to put yourself through 100% of the process that a farmed animal goes through, whether it be smaller local farm, including the slaughter process?
If I had no other choice, which those animals don't tend to, because that's what they're raised to do, then I would have no other choice.
No, but what I'm saying is like we don't have to be doing this to these animals, right? So I'm saying, would you be okay and willing to put yourself through that process, or would you want to go through that process?
Oh, I don't think anybody would choose that for themselves.
Sure.
Yet
So
at the same time, that's not a choice that's being given to them as an animal, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like that, whether it's a choice or not, like it's irrelevant. I'm asking if you would want to go through that yourself, or be willing to, or really anybody you loved. And it seems like you agree not, which is very logical. So the follow-up question is why would we pay to do that to others, for our enjoyment?
I mean, at the same time, I do go swimming in the ocean, and sharks do like to chomp on people. So,
but you're not a shark. You have the capacity to like do a lot of things a shark can't do. You also have a lot more options, and there's a lot of things like we need to be careful when we appeal to nature here, because there's a lot of brutal things that animals do to each other in nature, to where we have deemed unethical and made laws against.
I mean, you should see what humans do to other human beings.
I know that, but
just bringing up your topic about slavery earlier. I mean, do you see how we treat our prisoners in our jails?
That's horrific. I disagree with that. Like, I am absolutely against that, and I agree with you there. It does happen. I'm not discounting that, but we're talking about you and me right now and our ethical principles. And I do like. It sounds like you've already connected the dots in some ways, like you really understand that industrial farming is bad and destructive. You feel like a local farm might be a bit more humane, but what I'm putting into question here is like we don't have to do that. Like, even if it's a local farm, like there can't be like anything humane about taking the life of somebody when you don't have to do it. It just doesn't make sense, and that's what I'm trying to express here. Like, it seems like you want to shop at a local farm because you feel like that's somehow better, but in the end you're still taking the life of somebody that doesn't need to have their life taken, because you feel like you want to enjoy it and you feel like you have to do it when you don't.
Yeah, and to just touch up on that, you did say at some point in the conversation that you were considering going vegan, but I feel like maybe you don't really understand that veganism is not a diet that extends beyond that. Maybe you're referring to plant-based, because if you were considering going vegan, you wouldn't think that occasional consumption of animals was okay. You wouldn't see them as a resource or a tool for you to have a healthier diet or lifestyle. You know what I mean?
I guess I mean probably a lacto ovo I think is what the way they call it, a lacto ovo vegetarian probably be more my speed. Although fish is really great, and you can't really get fish omega 3s, I think it is, from any other way.
EPA and DHA aren't really essential fatty acids. Like the only essential omega-3 is ALA, and our body generally, when we need it, will convert it. But you can also get like algae supplements that do have DHA and EPA in them, because that's how fish get their omega-3s is from eating algae.
Oh, so that sea moss that I've seen recently, or
I'm not
popularity's grown. Sea moss, is that what it's called?
I'm actually not sure like what it's called. I just know that like through the research and data that I've read about it, that fish generally get their algae from, or their omega-3s like EPA and DHA from algae, you know, and humans convert ALA to DHA and EPA. And the research that's available on the issue has showed that there has really been no cases except for like one or two cases where a couple of infants were expressing any DHA, EPA deficiency effects. And they found that even though that vegans didn't have as much of it circulating in their blood as people that ate animals, they found that they stored it a lot more in their adipose tissue and would use it when they needed it.
Hey, so I would certainly love it if you wouldn't mind sending me a direct message with some of those words that you referred to, because education. The more you know, the more you grow, right? As an individual,
I mean,
I'm certainly interested in learning more about it because I don't know are probably the wisest words ever out of my mouth, but I definitely defer to people that do know. More often than not, I do have a healthy questioning of people that claim that they have the answers. But
no, that's fair. Shoot me a DM
yeah,
and a follow, and I will send you all of the links that I have. They're all the majority of them are PubMed and National Institute of Health Studies, and that's a very credible publishing source.
yeah, and before you go, guest, you can get omega-3s, like ALA omega-3s from chia seeds, from ground flax seeds. All of those are really easy ways for you to like increase your intake of omega-3s on a plant-based diet. Like for example, on the weekends I'll do a smoothie and I put like a tablespoon and a half of each seed in there. And I mean, I haven't had blood work done yet, but I feel great and I don't think I'm deficient in anything. I can always check back if you join these lives, though. I'll let you know once I go get blood work done. But so far, so good.
Well, even in like canola oil and like vegetable oil, ALA is pretty abundant as well. But go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry. Yeah, I mean, I try and I try and eat a lot of seeds and vegetables as much as I can. I just I certainly haven't. It's not the way I was raised, and it certainly had like the few times that I've tried to be vegetarian, it didn't seem fully satisfying to me, and maybe I just wasn't doing it right. So
Yeah, I mean, and on even like a step further too, like let's say you had like a really rare genetic disorder that made it so that your body cannot convert ALA omega-3s into DHA and EPA, which is like, the active compound used by our body. We take the ALA and we convert it. So let's say you had, extremely rare genetic disorder that prevented you from being able to do that. There's still vegan sources that exist. The main route for that would be through algae-based oils. Algae oils are, basically the main source. Like algae is how, in terms of like fish, because most people who are like quoting like, oh, I want to consume a lot of XYZ thing to get a lot of omega-3, most people are quoting fish for that. And how fish get their DHA and their EPA within their flesh that you then consume is because they are either directly consuming algae or they're consuming, smaller fish that higher up on the food chain, they were consuming algae. So the main derivative, of DHA and EPA that we need in our bodies, you actually get directly, like the primary producer of that is still, a plant-based source.
cool. Well, hey, thank you guys again for sharing the information that you have. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, send me a follow and shoot me a DM, and I'll send you like the whole library on plant-based
Yeah, I
status.
sent you a hello
Sweet.
just recently, Ozark.
Cool. Well, thanks for the discussion. Also, check if you're really interested, check out challenge22.com. You know, it's a free 22-day program to where you know get lumped in with a group of people, and then you get you know resources on how to tailor a plant-based diet to your lifestyle. You know, just something to look into. It's no obligation. It's a registered
Challenge22.com.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep, and just look into it. I mean, it's worth looking into. It's worth looking in. In fact, screenshot this. The screen.
I mean, like, what's a month out of my life, right? You know.
Yeah, but screenshot the live here, and all these documentaries also are good documentaries to check out as well. So. But thanks for your time and respectful discussion.
No, thank you very much, and I do apologize for my previous on somebody else's live making a bad joke about vegans. That wasn't really nice of me.
I knew it. I told you. I never forget.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I said that my favorite food is vegan, and that's you know, it's probably not an appropriate joke. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The vegan police are already on their way to your house, so.
Oh man, jeez, yeah, I did it. Oh man, jeez.
I just wanted to say, like, I've been a vegan for 6 years, and before I became a vegan, I used to make fun of vegans too. So, you know, just it's ignorant, so it's all good.
I try not to be as ignorant as I possibly can, but man, I tell you what, it's tough being a human.
Well, that's why we have these discussions. You know, everybody's got their own level of ignorance, including myself. So.
All right, Chris, I appreciate you, you know, having a conversation with Ozark. That was
Well, I'd love to continue listening. And do you mind booting me so that I can stay on?
Yeah, no problem. I'll boot you now. Thanks for coming by. Go vegan. Stop making jokes about cows.
Was that a W guest?
In my opinion,
it was at least a V.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't an L, but it wasn't a W. What's in between W and L? It was like a R or an S.
It was a V. It's a V. It's half of a W.
Oh. Let's see if there were any other guests. Nope. Of course not. Request the box. Tell us why you eat animals.
Meat. I'll be a guest. Ready? Meat.
Wait, hold on. Do it again.
I like bacon.
Wait, hold on. Does this work?
I think I just scare off the people in the box. They don't like listening to me talk. It's got to be like really annoying or something.
They don't like facts. That's why.
Wait, role play a vegan again, Desi?
I like meat. Bacon.
Oh, Sarah's nailing it with the comments.
Ew, I hate hearing my own voice. That's so gross.
I need to find more ways to clip some of these guests, but they don't like. I don't know, maybe when we get some trolls, I'll clip them and use them. For now, I'll just clip you guys.
Content.
All right. Yeah, I definitely do. I don't supplement often. I don't supplement omega-3s, but I do. I put chia seeds in all my protein shakes, and I put flax meal in all my oatmeal.
Even cooking with oil, you get like plenty of ALA. Like, it's very abundant in nature. I don't take any omega-3 supplements. Like, I barely take. I'll take like supplements like once a week if I'm feeling weird, but I've never taken a omega-3 supplement.
Don't you dare call me a soy bro. I never heard soy bro. I've heard soy boy.
Soy boy.
I mean, Mikey, the Bible's not a good justification for taking the lives of animals. Like, if you're going to take one piece of guiding morality from the Bible, you have to consider all of it. And by that logic, you would be okay with women being concubines or owning slaves.
Yeah, or non-Israelites being slaves. That's the one I like to point out the most because it's like the most clear case of like okayed oppression in the Bible without any laws like prohibiting it at all. You know, it's so weird that
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
like it's like, did you read your Bible, dude? Like I read it like plenty of times when I went to school for it, but
I don't know. It just feels like I can cite things from the Bible that are horrifying. So why would you use the Bible to defend doing anything? Like even if you Mikey, okay, look up Kings chapter 2 verses 22 to 24. Like you want to just keep putting Bible verses in here. Second Kings 22 to 24.
Leviticus 25:44.
How do you all know this? Were you religious or you just
No,
I
I'm
went
not. I'm not religious. I grew up religious though.
Yeah, I went to Hebrew school when I was younger.
Oh, okay.
Whoa,
Wow.
Hebrew school. That's way
Hebrew
more
school, man.
involved than what I had to do.
Yeah, it was like it was interesting for sure. I definitely like I was young and I was still trolling a lot when I was in Hebrew school, like just trolling the Hebrew teacher and constantly questioning the ridiculous stuff that we were learning.
We have a guest. You want me to pull him up?
Oh, sure. I'm just BSing, wasting time.
Get in my clip. No, I like the BSing. I like it. Oh, and are you over 18? Oh, you're not over 18.
Yeah, I am. I'm actually 20.
Wait. 20? Do you think so? Request back up.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
Sometimes I can't tell. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if they're.
That was 100% a child.
I mean, do I sound
It's
36?
It's Second Kings 22 to 24, Mikey. 2 Kings 22 to 24. Might be a little longer than that. Maybe go 20 to 26 just to be sure you get the whole verse.
But he has got mommy senses. He said, "Yeah, I actually am. I'm 20." Gone.
Yeah, I mean,
High pitch. Hey, yeah, I'm 22.
hey guys.
Like
Maybe I'm
It's
too
like,
much
dude,
of a nerd, but if I look at their profile picture and I see them mention Gorilla Tag, and I know that my little nephews play Gorilla Tag, I just know they're a child.
it's like, dude, you don't even sound old enough to have had your bar mitzvah yet.
Your bar mitzvah.
That one was for Sarah in the comments.
That's so funny. Yeah, my dad did like, what do they call it in is it Protestant churches? Confirmation. My dad did that. I didn't do that, but I went to
Confirmation
church from. Yeah, I did.
Confirmations are like in Catholicism. I'm not sure about Protestant though.
I don't know. I don't know what kind of church they went to, but they dragged me to church every weekend when I was a kid. So
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I definitely had to deal with that too because my dad's half of the family was Catholic and my mom and dad were kind of in competition once they got divorced on how they wanted us to be raised.
oof.
I'm
Yeah, it was
grateful
pretty
that
cool.
that my parents never forced religion on us. We did go to, oh man, I don't even remember if it was Catholic church, like a couple years as a kid, like summer program or something. But they kind of always let us make our own decisions when it came to religion. So I definitely appreciate that. I tried in my high school years going to a church, but it definitely wasn't to find.
Yeah,
God.
I'm the only one out of like what, six kids now, and then like three step siblings that wasn't bar mitzvahed or had some kind of like confirmation. Like I'm the only one.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I got baptized like 4 times because I went to youth groups when I was older, and so they would always do this thing like, if you haven't accepted God into your heart, and I wanted to feel special, so I'd go up every time.
You know, you could just
But
volunteer and show up.
yeah, I feel like now I'm so disconnected from it. Like it feels crazy how culty some of it seems when people say it to me. And I'm just like, how was I in this for so long? I
You
don't
mean
know.
like veganism?
Kind of how I feel about the carcass consuming cult.
Yeah, literally though.
Like the whole world seems like a cult to me now.
Yeah, Saren and I were talking about that a bit last night.
Oh, dang, I
I've
missed it.
been Yeah, I've been seriously lately experiencing like dystopia in such a bad way. It's been so like demotivating.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Especially with like, I mean, you live in it, but even with like watching what's going on in the US, it's just like what is even happening right now? Like this is so crazy that we've come to this place in time again, because it's not like this is the first time there's been a fascist dictator, but it's just like how did we not learn?
Well, I have to like wake up like and have like at least one conversation with myself like throughout the day on not letting misanthropy taking complete hold of me, because I don't want that to happen. But it's getting really tough these days. You know, like just
Yeah.
the insane amount of conversations I have with like carnists and the same rhetoric, and then listening to the same like the same types of conversations politically. Like it's just like, dude, like what is going on? Like everybody uses this whole like, oh, humans are intelligent, humans are intelligent. It's like, to what degree though? Like we might be able to do stuff, but we sure as hell like as a species lack critical thinking. Like it's concerning.
Yeah, lack critical thinking, lack compassion. Like, I don't know, man. It's just so I watched what's his name? Dean Withers. He like debates with Parker about the presidential candidates here on TikTok sometimes. But I was watching his video this morning and he pulled up like 10 people to debate with him and he was like, name one policy of President Trump's that you like, and that's why, like, that's the reason why you voted for him. And they were all like, I don't know. I like his views for the border. And he's like, well, can you give me the policy? Like nobody even knows what the policies are. How are you guys going out and voting for people when you have no idea of any of the policies?
I just have to mention, since we're on the topic of politics, I think it is hilarious how so many MAGA people think they're about to get like a $10,000 stimulus. It's like the most ridiculous thing, and they actually believe it.
What's that? What's that sound bite where it's like, "There's not going to be a party, you stupid bitch."
No, it's just it's super silly. Like, it's super concerning. Like, I realized like recently that I've been experiencing Dunning-Kruger effect to like such a significant degree, because I've like constantly overestimated like a person's ability to like understand like concepts and like make changes, but just consistently watch them rationalize and pull away and double down on being like wrong and ignorant. It's just ugh. I don't know.
Mikey the Bandit, why don't you request the box if you have so many questions about God and religion? Or go watch Christspiracy, which it's not anti-religion. It just talks about how God would feel about someone eating the flesh of an animal when they don't need to. Please go and watch that and then come back and talk to us. The men who filmed it are Christian, so it's not anti-religion or anything, but it would be very informational for you to go and watch something like that and actually have an outside perspective instead of existing in your own little echo chamber all the time.
So here's a question. Do you guys know the first sin committed in the Bible?
Yeah, wasn't it when Eve took the apple?
No, it's when God lied to Adam and Eve and told them that they would surely die if they ate from the tree of knowledge.
Oh yeah, I never thought about
Whoa, that's crazy. I never thought about that.
Yeah, like why would I like place my faith into somebody that like the first thing that they did in the Bible was like outside of creation was lie to Adam and Eve. Like,
so Mikey, the Last Supper says that there would be like I don't know the exact verse from the Bible, but I know that it references something about lamb or fish, but there is no reference in the Bible to Jesus eating that lamb or fish. And Jack, I don't think you know what echo chambers are. We're literally on a vegan live. There's no guest requests right now, but we bring up opposition to discuss veganism with us. So that is not an echo chamber, and I think you should look up the definition of an echo chamber.
You know how hard it must be to live in an echo chamber as a vegan?
Literally.
It's impossible.
What do you think I need to do? Like how big do you think my community is? I know like 20 other vegans in the whole world.
Yeah, exactly. Everything I open, every ad I see, every movie I watch, every family party and dinner I go to, every birthday event is with the opposition. So definitely do not live in an echo chamber. But I guess that was too much of a direct point for you.
Of course, Jack has no argument.
Eat meat.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just gonna say. Of course, Jack has no way to refute that, so he's just like, meat.
Stop it. I'm gonna block you. You're ruining my echo chamber. All those meat spamming emojis I see every day from like 100 people is just ruining my echo chamber. I'm gonna block all of you.
Yeah, I mean, Dinga, I'm vegan. So I'm gonna know other vegans, and I don't really know any outside of social media, like maybe one or two.
Dinga. What a name. Oh, look who it is.
yeah, I think that's what he was saying. I know that he's a vegan. I think he was just saying he doesn't know any vegans outside of social media.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, I know one. That's about it.
Yeah, I know two. My wife and then somebody from California that I used to hang out with.
Oh my God! It's all these vegans. Echo chamber. Damn it.
Have you guys ever thought about this? Meat.
All right. How old are you?
2009. Or wait, no.
I'm gonna start
Answering
asking
the year for your age.
I'm gonna start asking people. I'm bringing it back, but instead of ASL, I'm gonna say APL.
Oh, that's too far back even for me, and I feel like
Age-
I'm older than you, no?
No, I'm 38.
Oh, okay, we're close.
Age, pronouns, and location, please.
That's not. Is that what people used to use before ASL?
No, I'm saying they used to use ASL. I'm bringing it back, but I'm going to say APL.
Oh, you're the modern version of ASL.
Yeah, age, pronouns, and location, please.
I feel like people would argue that you also need to include what your political affiliation is also.
Maybe for the sake of the conversation, yeah. And religion. So it would have to be like age, APPRL. APPRL. That's a mouthful.
There are still animals that are going to be killed. I mean, the more people that go vegan, the less are gonna be killed, right?
I remember my uncle asking, like, what the hell's a vegan? Are they from, like, Vega or something? I'm like, what?
Vega, Planet Vega.
You're from Vega.
Keith, did you see what I said about you in the Discord?
No one says anything about or to me without my permission.
Oh man, Saren, I didn't even realize you were up here.
Oh, well, I guess I'm not really in that sense. I'm like a ghost.
Is anybody really up here? Is anything
Yeah.
even really real?
Oh my god.
Do ethics even really exist?
Let me get my clip button ready. Mason Gallagher.
Hello, guys.
Hello, how old are you?
18.
What year were you
APL.
born?
Pardon?
What year were you born?
2006.
APL, man. Age, pronouns, and location.
Checks out.
Just
Checks
kidding.
out.
So, can I just say something?
Answer the question first, and then you can say something. Why do you
All right,
eat
go on.
animals in 2025?
So, I'm a chef, yes,
Okay.
and I have tried vegan and vegetarian food, and I do eat meat, but I can honestly say that vegan and vegetarian food actually tastes quite similar to animals, and that became me become vegan.
Wait,
Awesome.
wait, you're vegan now?
I am vegan now, yes,
That is a W for
Hot
sure.
damn.
because
How long have you been vegan, Mason?
almost 5 months.
Well, congrats. That's awesome.
And I cannot lie, I have grown a lot more muscle from protein shakes, eating carbs, and all that from that. So I can honestly say there is no difference.
Yeah, I was a competitive jujitsu, or I was a serious jujitsu competitor for like several years after I became a vegan, and my athleticism definitely significantly increased in my.
You guys know Cage Warriors?
I don't.
So but it's below UFC. It's like the one below UFC, yeah.
Is it new?
No, it's been around, but like no one ever really heard of it.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I know a couple of the organizations, but I retired from that a few years ago, so I'm not really.
I came into a fight in that short notice after a change for 4 months. When I was doing my when I was in my like prep phase for it, I switched for vegan stuff just so I can balance out stuff.
Oh, you had a
And
fight?
yeah, and
Sweet.
I do not think I would have won that fight if I was eating meat.
Well, I know, like I'm not going to say they're vegan because that's not really true, but the Diaz brothers, like, they generally like adhere to plant-based diets, and like during their training camps, they were on a 100% plant-based diet. And
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, to be honest with you.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, like I said, I mean, I taught a team full of people that fought MMA and competed in jiu-jitsu, and I had to, I mean, obviously spar and compete with them quite regularly, and then I did competitions myself. So, you know, that's awesome. I mean, I'm glad that it's really working out for you and that you are able to share your experience.
I do have to ask though, are you guys American?
I am.
Okay. I will admit,
Canadian.
Canadian.
Yeah.
Sorry, why? Sorry, I have to say,
One
you know,
Canadian and the rest
you know-
of us are filthy
you
Americans.
know, Canadian geese. That just
Yeah.
popped to my head when she said Canadian.
Yes, I know Canadian geese.
That popped to my head when she said that. I can't lie.
So
Did
funny.
the bald
It
eagle
like
pop in
pictures me
your head
being
when
frozen.
we were talking about
Australian
America?
Well, Gordon
kangaroos.
Ramsay popped into my head when I heard America.
Oh, okay, yeah,
It's
that's
not-
good. That's probably
Before
the
I leave,
equivalent.
guys, would anyone like a couple roses? Before I leave.
Well, I just had one question for you before you leave. You don't have to do the roses. We appreciate you, coming up and sharing your experience. But I know you said that you now eat a vegan diet, but do you what's the word I'm looking for? But do you live vegan, in other aspects of your life? Like what you
Adhere to
wear?
the.
Yeah.
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
So like
So
veganism is not just like about the food that we eat. Like that's plant based.
Oh,
Like
do I cook? Do I not cook meat?
no, do you wear animal fur? Do you go to
No, I don't.
zoos? Do
I
you?
no. I will admit I've been to a zoo once, but never again. I do not believe in animal fur, snake skin stuff. I believe it is all wrong. Even if it's Burmese pythons that are invading the Everglades at the minute, I still believe that they shouldn't be worn like that. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah.
I
It's
do
awesome.
appreciate all of you letting me on tonight.
Yeah, you said you had a fight. Why don't you post the link in the chat so we can watch the fight? That'd be
Let
cool.
me try and find it because it was when I was. I'll be honest, it was when I was 12. So it's been a while.
they let you fight at 12.
Yeah, there's
Wow.
younger people that fight. There's an under 10s one.
So that's totally like illegal in the United States.
No, it's like you're not allowed to do like head kicks or anything like that, or you have to wear like proper safety gear.
Yeah, I mean, I know they allow like boxing, like younger boxing and kickboxing, but they don't allow like underage MMA fighting in the United States.
There's an English kid that just won a European title over in I don't know where it was, but I know he just won a European title.
That's pretty cool.
I'm just gonna do this before I leave. Have a couple of them, pal.
I'm rich.
See you all later, yeah.
Yeah, hey, make
Thank
sure you
you.
follow everybody here. We always do these kind of lives, and we're always welcome to have more people around. So it's pretty cool that you're vegan. Thanks, Mason. That's pretty awesome. Thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, so Mikey, request the box and we'll talk about how you can't use the Bible as moral justification to do things because there are things in the Bible that are morally abhorrent. So I'm happy to talk to you about it, but there's a character limit and I don't want to keep having to type out 8 blocks of text to talk to you. So please request the box and I'm happy to have a conversation.
What does marriage have to do with veganism? What?
Hold
up, you know where that's going?
I have no idea.
Because I referenced women being used as concubines. That's what he's talking about. And the only reason I referenced that is because obviously that's not morally sound, is it, Mikey?
So the disconnect is really understanding what exploitation is. That doesn't apply to like humans or men or something like that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think that they're misunderstanding that it's the exploitation of all sentient life, and they forget that humans are in that definition of veganism.
I think I think that's honestly like one of the biggest disconnects in any conversation I have is like people not really understanding what veganism is or people not understanding what exploitation actually is.
Oh yeah, I feel like every guest that I've had since you've been coming up, it's always that we have to go over the definition of exploitation.
Yeah, like it's really like because it's like they get it with specific circumstances, but when you like do a comparison, you're like, oh well, that's wrong. It's like, but do you understand? Like that's one. They're both still exploitation. That's why you like to use like horseback riding and like dog racing and stuff like that. Like those are very much forms of exploitation, even though in some instances the animal might not be significantly harmed in the end, they're still being used, right? Like, hey, Mikey, why don't you come up here? We can do a little bit of Bible chat.
Yeah, you have like so much time to type out the verses and your thoughts in the comments. Like, you might as well just make it easier on yourself by just speaking it.
Yeah, I'd really
Yeah,
like to
like you.
explore a lot of Leviticus.
Yeah, like you keep bringing up things from the Bible. You're spending all this time to go look up the verses and then write them specifically in the chat. You could literally just bring up, you could just come in or request the box and come up on the panel and we'll talk about it. The Bible isn't a valid justification to exploit someone, Mikey.
You're the one using the Bible for your justification and putting our philosophy into question because of it. So I would like to explore Leviticus with you. Those are the laws of God, and we can see how many of them are like significantly exploitive. You know, like, God, I hate when people bring up the abortion thing, not because it's a valid discussion. It just has nothing to do with veganism.
Yeah, I mean, we can argue that like you can argue abortion from the same side as you can argue oh my God, as you can argue veganism. Like, we don't want to infringe on the autonomy of animals, just like we don't want to infringe on the autonomy of women.
Well, yeah, it's also like how is abortion exploitive in any manner? Like, nobody's been able to logically explain that to me and compare the relevance. I mean, like, carrying somebody that's like using your body is exploitive to you, you know, if you're not consenting to it. But abortion itself, there's no exploitation in abortion. Like, so it's really irrelevant to the discussion of veganism unless you're discussing the autonomy of the woman who is carrying that fetus. So it's irrelevant, like, unless you're pro-choice.
Yeah, and if you have like some weird idea that's like, well, the fetus might be being exploited, well, even if we do, you know, go down some line of thought that's like, oh, um, the fetus is being unalived, well, that's still not like, it's not for the purpose of like using that fetus for something afterwards for its body or anything like that. So it's not even about exploitation at all. You'd be like talking about something else entirely.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to express here too.
Yeah, I mean, Mikey, if you're not going to come up, I don't know why you're still sitting in the comments. Like, there's no point in trying to have an argument with someone in the comments about religion because you're just going to get owned anyway.
Don't limit yourself to the chat limitations. Come up and have a real conversation.
The 140 character limit is brutal, so come on up.
Coming up, just come up. Like, it's not a big deal. Use a voice changer or something. If you're scared of your voice, I don't know. I have a voice changer somewhere.
God even seen us when we was born.
Yeah, I thought life didn't begin until God breathed breath into the nostrils. So, like, it's very inconsistent. It's an inconsistent book.
Breathe into their nostril. Like a stinky breath. You remember that guest the other day, Desi? You can't hunt a deer upwind or whatever he said.
Oh yeah.
Stinky.
Don't breathe the stinky life into my nostrils. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't consent to this.
Yeah, when deers are running away from you because you smell that bad, that's not good, big dog.
That was his defense. He's like, "Oh yeah, well they know I'm there because they can smell me." Like, take a shower? I don't
They have
know.
the advantage.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like
literally.
that's like extremely like not valid because there are people that sit in deer blinds and then deer will like walk past those deer blinds. It's like, dude, you need a shower if that's the case. Ugh.
It's like saying, oh, well, the Jewish people were like speaking up for themselves. It really wasn't fair to the Nazis at all.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's weird. I don't agree with what is happening in Gaza by any means. Like I'm like extremely against it, and I've been against the Zionism for like as long as I can remember. But how prevalent like anti-Jewish rhetoric is becoming again, and how open people are like, and how comfortable people are like displaying being Nazis these days is just like really. I don't want to say concerning, but it's like it's a little angry, you know.
Did he did he stop? Sorry, I'm like working and then also here. But
Oh,
what
it's all
happened
good.
with the person that Michael? He left or whatever his name was.
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't
Mikey.
seen him comment in a while, so he must be gone. I'm also at work and I've got some work stuff to do right now, so I'm just gonna try and get that done.
Hey Naz, if you're over 18, you're welcome to come up here and have a discussion with us. It seems like you have a lot to say in the comments.
Oh, I was gonna say it looks like just a bunch of non-vegans fighting amongst themselves, but I think yeah, Jonathan Cage is vegan and Tom Peck is vegan. I forgot. Tom Peck? Peck? Peak? Pretty sure it's Peck.
Naz is apparently at the top of the food chain, so he probably has like insanely large canines, razor sharp claws, really thick skin, other things, you know, that would help him survive out in the state of nature. So it'd be really interesting to have a conversation with someone like that if he's willing to come up.
Can he even
Yeah.
speak? So, if he's a carnivore, can he speak? Is he
Yeah,
in the
Naz,
same
you and your
species?
tiny tots on the top of the food chain. Imagine that.
Science? Huh? What?
Naz, come up here and discuss with us. Like, I genuinely want to talk with you. Like, it would be. I think it would be a good conversation.
What has he been saying? Let me see. Let me read.
That we're the top of the food chain and we miss science class.
Well, not that I missed science class, just that I missed science, which I don't know what that means. I just, like, it flew past my face and I missed it or something. All of science.
Yeah, I think you should probably, Naz, I think you should probably consider brushing up on your science and like what the trophic scale is and where humans lie on that trophic scale. Oh, Mikey's back. Still won't request it.
What does he says that makes no sense? What that don't makes no sense, Mikey?
That phrase itself. Makes sense.
You know,
Yikes.
it don't make a sense. Makes a sense. It makes sense. Don't makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're talking to children in the chat right now. Ugh. Ooh, that's like half of America right there. Mikey is the epitome of half of the United States.
What, Ben, is that? What are you saying? I see the Hawk Tua in there. Hawk 2.
Oh, the brain damage ran off. It rubbed off onto Ben. We lost him.
He's channeling his inner, I don't even know, Southern talk.
Resistance is futile, man.
Quick, Ben, eat some seitan. Come back to us.
Quick, Ben, eat a vegetable. Eat something.
Oh, Mikey, that triggers me so much. Not really. I don't care.
Like a TikTok mod. What's that even?
Yeah, I'm
Oh
not.
no!
God.
Not a TikTok mod.
No.
Oh my god! What am I gonna do?
Hey, Mikey, you're the one making childish statements. And like, okay, so I mean, it's probably rational to assume that, or logical to assume that you're not a child, because, like I said, like nearly half of the United States has a reading comprehension level of less than an 8th grader. So you very might well be in that demographic.
Wait, sorry. Hear my mouse clicking. Cam 9653. Pretty sure you're a child. Let me get my clip button ready. Cam, are you over 18? Cam.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nope.
What year were you born? What was that? Was that the new Blue's
It was
Clues?
gonna say some racist shit.
Was that the new Blue's Clues soundtrack or something?
I was going to say an 18-year-old, obviously.
Hey, Persona's here. We are blessed with Persona's presence.
Hi, Persona. I miss you, bestie.
Persona.
You gotta be careful, Persona. You be telling too many people that they're your bestie. It's dangerous.
I'm not Persona.
He never told me that I'm his bestie. He's just my bestie.
Oh yeah, every time you say it, he just lets you say it.
I'm not Persona's bestie because he called me Carnivore Bones.
Carnivore Bones? Why did he call you that?
Because of my other handle. But do you know who Carnivore Bones is?
No.
Have you seen his? Okay, so like you'd have to look up his profile to see that, to understand the reference. My other, my original handle, but now my other account, since that one's gone, is called Carn Crusher. So if you ever see me hop on randomly as Carn Crusher, that's me. But he confused it with Carnivore Bones, and I just thought it was like the funniest thing because that guy was like my nemesis for a while.
Oh, is he popular? Because obviously I can't type in Carnivore Bones in Google. It just pulls up the bones of carnivores.
It's a TikTok account.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you'd have to look it up on TikTok. But it really, really weird, like the discussions and debates that he has. Like, I brought up and I was discussing research with him, and he just went to like, in order to discredit the conclusion in the abstract, he went to part of the methods and like tried to like stumble over why the methods like invalidated the science despite being completely wrong. And he's done that like every time I've like mentioned research with him. But like the kicker is he's always talking about how the carnivore diet is like the healthiest thing you can do. But this dude's like significantly obese.
It's always
Well, that
those
just
that.
means he's an apex predator.
Well, and also like we're I don't know if you guys were there, but we were on a live and Keith was talking about the guy who was on the carnivore diet and he consumed so much high density lipo whatever the HDL cholesterol that it was like coming to the surface of his skin, so he had like yellow blotches of cholesterol in deposits at the top of his skin all over his body, and you could see it like in the lines in his hands and in the folds of his fingers and where his elbow folded and stuff. And I went and found the article and it said that there's no way to fix that aside from getting it like surgically removed.
Well, even Dr. Paul Celadin or I don't know how to say his last name. Like one of the biggest promoters and founders of the whole carnivore diet fad quit because it tanked his testosterone like to like significantly low levels and also gave him a bunch of gout.
Yeah, my dad has had gout. That's crazy.
Salad and yeah, I mean, as much as I'm ashamed to say it, when I was in my mid-20s, I did the keto diet.
I've done the keto diet several times too.
Like pretty close to like being on the carnivore diet, and my joints were just like the worst after like 2 months that I had to stop.
It was so bad for my ADHD. I feel like I was never able, like, there was no worse time in my life for my attention span than when I was doing keto. And
just for experiment's sake, you guys should try the vegan keto diet.
I actually did that for a little while. I think like 3 years ago. I didn't mind it. I was doing the OMAD diet, like the 1 meal a day, and then it was like also like vegan keto. I
just don't.
Fine. I just ended up changing my lifestyle a little bit to where I ended up just start consuming more food throughout the day.
Yeah, I just don't want to do keto again because it was terrible. And also, I feel like the best vegan foods are the ones with carbs. So,
yeah, I agree.
The Keithkin diet is just plain blocks of tofu. Just eat 10 plain blocks of tofu every day.
I'm here for it.
I don't know. I'm just like the whole uric acid buildup thing is just I think that's only with meat though. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I could very much be wrong. I don't know for sure. But I didn't experience any joint issues when I was doing it on the OMAD diet as a vegan.
Stupid vegans.
Stupid vegans. You all damn vegans. God said that we're allowed to eat that meat.
Well, that makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, you win.
God's the real winner here, and through God, I'm allowed to eat meat.
God
literally sicked a bunch of bears onto children because they made fun of a bald guy. Your God is not kind.
Well, if I was there, I would have hunted that bear because God said I could do it and eat it.
No, Mikey. What's crazy is if God is so insensitive that he's an all-powerful, omniscient, omnipotent being, and he's offended by his own creation making some kind of sentiment like what Ozark was saying. If God's real, he'll get over it. He's fine.
You should go with.
Yeah, he's omnipotent, so he knew Ozark was going to say that.
Like, what does he care? Like, I designed this system in which Ozark was going to say these words. Oh no.
Yeah, you should, Mikey. You should really go listen to a band called the Corporate Avenger. They have this song called Jesus Christ Homosexual. It's a very enlightening song. Like, I really recommend you go and listen to it, because it really describes how if God created all, then and Jesus is God, then Jesus created homosexuality. And since God's in our image, just stuff like that, right? Which I'm sure you very much disagree with.
I'm gonna have to check that song out. Oh, you said it was a band,
Not
right?
this guy again. Don't let this guy up. The
You
one with the
sure?
mugshot.
I remember
One
this
with the
person
mugshot.
yesterday.
He's so annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Corporate Avenger.
Mikey, I showed you. Mikey, I showed you the Bible verse. I said it to you verbally twice, and I typed it in the chat twice. If you don't want to acknowledge that God has said that bears mauled 42 children for making fun of a bald guy, when I've literally given you the evidence and you said that you looked it up and asked what it had to do with being vegan. 2 Kings 22-24.
Yeah, and I'm only making fun of one God, and that's the God of the Bible. I mean, there's thousands of other gods that I am not making fun of right now. So they might have my back.
Better be careful, them gods.
I mean, I'm not making fun of Vishnu,
Who's that?
From the Hindu pantheon. I actually really enjoy reading the Hindu scripture. It's very it's a lot more interesting than reading the Bible.
That's cool.
I'm not saying I identify as a Hindu. I've just always been into Eastern cultures, philosophies, and religions and stuff like that. After learning about the philosophy of yoga, But yes, I am making fun of Yahweh.
I like yoga.
Yeah, I
enjoy doing yoga.
Well, so I do enjoy the postures. I know a lot of people think that yoga is just the postures and practicing mindfulness maybe as a secondary thing, but there's actually a whole philosophy behind yoga, and it's an awesome philosophy, and it's not really a religious philosophy either. I mean, it's more of it specifies spiritual philosophy, but it doesn't it doesn't adhere to a specific deity. I know in the time it was probably maybe Hindu influence, but it's Buddhism, right? Buddhism is a philosophy on how to live life as well, but there's no in traditional Buddhism, there's no God that you worship. You're just trying to liberate yourself from earthly attachments and break through the illusion of things such as the Bible.
Let's see. There's two people here.
Kama Sutra is a great holy book.
Wait, how do I turn my camera on?
Nope. Not gonna happen here, buddy. Nice try, bucko.
Wait, how do I do this when I know that you don't want to see this? Can you tell me how?
Yeah, what a fail. You just totally dropped the ball on yourself, dude.
Eat more veggies. Z, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Oh, wait, what year were you born?
2003.
Okay. I forgot that I had this on the up here. What did you want to talk about? I forgot I had this image on here. Why'd you join up, I guess?
Oh, so I just said that I have no reason to. I was asking a question as to why I should give up my pleasure for these animals.
Why you should give up your pleasure of taste for the animal's right to life? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe in that, but yeah.
You don't believe that animals have an inherent right to life?
No.
Okay, so I can take your life?
I mean, if you want.
Do you believe you have an inherent right to life?
I don't believe anyone has an inherent right to life.
Was this
including
guy
yourself.
here yesterday? I feel like we've talked to this guy already.
I've just got on TikTok. I haven't been on TikTok in
Yeah,
like
no,
all week.
Well, I just want to specify, like, to make sure you're logically consistent, that you don't
Uh-huh.
agree that even you yourself has a right to life.
I would say I would have one, but it's not inherent.
Like, that doesn't make sense at all. Like,
That definitely makes sense. There's a difference between inherent rights and then like there's actual rights that people give.
Okay, well, how do you
What are the ones you're
how do you
talking
earn your right to life then, Z? What do you do that earns you your right to life?
I would say that it aligns with the self-interest of the people in society.
so the people of
interest
society,
of people in society earns you your right to life.
That's
Pretty
an
much.
appeal. That's an appeal to populist fallacy. That would mean that if enough people supported slavery, you would have to then justify slavery.
Not necessarily.
Well, no.
yes, necessarily.
Your sentiment is that if the overall sentiment of society altogether states that we believe, like, you know, basically a threshold of like 51%. If 51% of people believe XYZ to be a good thing, therefore it's a good thing.
No, not really. I think
Then
you're not understanding.
No, you're being completely logically inconsistent, and you're not understanding your own
No,
logic.
I'm not saying that if majority of people agree, therefore it's the right thing.
Well, that's what you said is going to be the reason why you have any value of rights at all.
Yeah, I'm saying it aligns with people's interests. It has nothing to do with the group. It's more of an individual thing.
If people's interests determine that you have no rights, then you have no rights. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much. I'm saying rights come from human beings. They don't come from anywhere else. So unless you guys are like dogpiling me, but unless you guys believe rights come from like some sort of external being, I would love to hear that argument.
No, I'm just making sure that you're being logically consistent with yourself. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
actually believe that it is okay for people to determine that you have no rights and take your rights away, then I can't really have a discussion with you.
I
But I don't know if you actually believe that, though.
I do believe that. I believe in social contract theory.
Okay, I mean, if you absolutely agree with that, and you believe that if that cannon was pointed at you and stripped you of everything, that would be completely acceptable according to your logic, then there's no point in really having a discussion with you, because you're being logically consistent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, most people don't feel that way. But if you absolutely feel that way, I have no argument against you, right?
Cool. I have no argument against you guys either. I think if you believe.
Okay, cool.
in the
Then go
opposite-
vegan.
What? I don't believe in the same foundation you do.
I mean, then you don't believe like in mutual respect and reciprocity. Like you don't want to see, you know, good things done onto you as you would like to see done onto others.
Not really. I think it depends on the situation. I'm just saying ultimately I decide upon those things. And other people decide upon those things.
What's the situation?
Others. Sorry, Keith, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what's the situation here where like it's not posited on animals, or is there even situations where you're not positing that on humans in general? Because like we would understand like survival situations and things that are like extreme, you know, states of necessity and things like this. Like we understand that. So we're asking in just like a general sense, like I'm sure you would like to see your neighbors who haven't done anything wrong and don't deserve, you know, any kind of like reprimanding because they've done something evil, or, you know, other kind of entailed things like this. Basically just regular Joe Schmo neighbor who hasn't done anything wrong deserves to not have things done, you know, wrong to them just simply because someone wants to do that to them, right?
I mean, ultimately I would decide upon those things. I would say not inherently, but yeah, I would say I wouldn't want my neighbor to face certain things.
Just in general. So like
Just in general,
what would be keeping animals who are also innocent, just like your neighbor in this hypothetical, like what would be keeping animals from receiving that same treatment?
I'm just saying I don't do that with animals. I'm saying this power resists in me, and I choose whether or not.
Wait, what resists?
I'm saying the power rests on me.
Oh, power rests. Yeah, of course. But yeah, that would just be a might makes right sentiment, which is a fallacy.
It wouldn't be a fallacy.
It is.
It's not a fallacy.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're justifying the ability to submit your power over someone is the thing that makes doing that correct.
No, it's not might makes right. It's might is right.
That would be essentially the same thing.
They're not the same thing.
So if so if might is right, you're essentially saying again that if I hold power over you, I win. You lose.
No. That's might makes right. Might is right is saying in order for right things to occur, one must possess might to do those things.
Okay, yeah. So why would you then use that to then make might makes right arguments?
Wait, it's not might makes right arguments. I'm saying for
Yeah,
me,
I understand. I understand the sentiment, like that, like what you just said a moment ago. Like might is right, and then the definition of that. That's more of like in the realm of like, yeah, it's like the Uncle Ben quote. Like with great power comes great responsibility. That's essentially what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying I determine what is right, though.
Yeah, you have your own subjective morals, but we're trying to test those morals right now. We're trying to figure out why it is that animals are not worthy of these morals.
No, I just don't value them.
Right.
I don't value some of them.
That's not a morally, logically consistent statement.
Wait, why is it not a morally logical?
Because you're just saying, I don't feel like it.
Yeah, that's pretty much. I already told you already.
So that would now justify someone raping an animal for fun. Are you okay with that?
I mean, I wouldn't be okay with that because it fosters just evidence that shows it fosters negative behaviors.
Yeah, it also shows evidently that fostering negative behaviors comes from exploiting animals in any generalized way, whether you're consuming them or graping them or doing any number of abhorrent things towards animals.
I mean, I've seen studies for that, but I haven't seen anything where it's like it causes society to not function.
Well, you're also kind of being inconsistent here, though, because you're also assuming that, you think their behavior is negative, but they might not think their behavior is negative. So that kind of makes your own line of reasoning inconsistent.
But not really, because there are professionals that study those things. So, I mean, even if they think it's not negative, there are professionals that study those.
And again, even beside this, like morality is going to be like pointed towards always understanding individual victims. So like you're essentially saying as long as some guy who is like, not doing this in the public eye whatsoever, he never told a soul, and he just went around graping animals, and he never, had children, never put any sort of like reciprocation of this out into the world. He just did it on his own. That would now be justified for him to just go grape animals.
I mean, vegans don't have an argument against it.
So again, is that okay for that individual to do that towards animals?
Yeah, if I don't have any sentimental value towards those animals, I have no problem with it. No.
Okay, so you're okay with animals being graped?
If I don't have any sentimental value.
Cool. All right, have a good one.
What a charmer.
I don't know. I think you just appeal to emotion, I guess.
It's not an appeal to emotion. It's just simple, basic logic to understand that if we took this and applied it towards a human, if there was a human who was being raped, and then this individual, again, same scenario, they never found out about it. They put it forward towards anyone else. No one ever found out about it. It was just that individual who was affected. Just that individual is affected. You suddenly don't care. It only matters.
I have sentimental value for human beings.
So again, but that doesn't it doesn't have any logical consistency in terms of morality.
It does.
So why? Why do you have this moral stance in terms of this situation of grape when it comes to the human but not the animal?
Yeah, I told you already. It's like some sort of sentimental value. I think it's due to like proximity of me being around humans and like what humans have done for me throughout my lifetime.
Yeah, but arbitrary values isn't a
everything. I mean, I don't see how that's a defeater. Everything we do is arbitrary.
Can I ask before? Wait, I don't mean to. Hold on. I don't want to. I'm not trying to grab a hold of the conversation. I just have a couple questions for guests, real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Is your name Kane?
No.
Are you vegan?
Am I vegan? Not really. I agree with the principles, just not. I'm not vegan though.
Okay, and do you have a TikTok account that goes by Chantel?
No.
Are you sure?
I am 100% positive.
Okay. Okay. I'll take you for your word, but
So
you guys can continue.
I'm actually curious, really quick. You said you agree with the principles of veganism. Like, can you elaborate on that?
So I think if you believe animals have an inherent right to life, I think the logical thing to do is to become vegan. I don't see why people make arguments against veganism if they believe animals have like some sort of inherent right to life. And all of what like vegan principles are like intuitively obvious. They're like descriptively true. If you believe in that axiom, of course.
So that's fair. I mean, I actually agree with that. And that's why I was actually specifically asking you questions about your own specific moral code when it comes to like, you know, yourself and if you believe similar things to be true about yourself. I know Desi had something to say.
I don't remember. I'm on the treadmill and I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're all good. I forgot like 1 second after I opened my mouth.
Yeah, sorry. I had to clarify because there's some speculation about
You're all
this
good.
person was somebody. So
can't have been too important if I forgot.
Yeah. So I mean, like, for me, if somebody like is logically inconsistent that it is okay to cause harm to others because you believe it's okay, like, and that goes across the board to humans, to domesticated quote unquote household animals, and even themselves, then there's not really an argument. But I haven't really completely drawn that from you. So like there still seems to be a level of inconsistency here.
Oh, sure. You can ask any question you want. That's fine.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, I already did. I know Keith, were you still like in a line of reasoning with him?
I mean, at this point, it's just it's just a bit silly. Like, I mean, he's just basically holding on to a statement of, you know, again, like we ran through the hypothetical of an animal being raped in private is okay, but a human being raped in private is not okay, and it's simply not okay because of a sentimental value and not because of the actual victim being harmed.
Okay, so yeah, that's an inconsistency right there, for sure.
I don't take that to be an inconsistency.
Well, it is if you're placing an arbitrary value in order to define like specific circumstances that the action is like comparable or similar by nature, like in this case, exploitation.
I don't see how that's a problem. We do that all the time.
Well, that is a problem. It's inconsistency.
So then everything we do is inconsistent.
It's completely unreliable is the biggest issue.
And everything we do is unreliable.
That's not
we
true,
have quite a bit of reliability in what we do.
So then what can you point to me, like your reasoning as to why you're vegan without using some sort of arbitrary metric, like justify why you're vegan?
Well, sentience wouldn't be an arbitrary metric.
No, I mean, it would be an arbitrary line.
So
how is that how is the having sentience an arbitrary line?
Yeah, you're choosing to base your actions based off like a set of like characteristics an animal has,
and a set of
that another like life doesn't have.
Why it's not arbitrary is because we would hold it as valuable towards any if someone found a plant or a rock or a AI or anything to be sentient, we would now give it moral weight. It's consistent across the board. It's not just for animals.
No, yeah, I don't think that to be true.
Even if everybody's morals, which I absolutely agree, are completely subjective, your line of reasoning within your own morals is still inconsistent because you have determined that exploitation is okay and exploitation is also not okay when under the same circumstances regarding two types of animals, right? That's an inconsistency.
I justified the inconsistency. Well, not necessarily. Well, I clarified the I said they have some sort of
I
sentimental
mean,
value.
the problem more than anything is like because you were like, oh, you're making like an appeal to emotion, like you said that earlier to us, and like your entire basis is based on that because ethical principles should be based on some level of objective consideration for rights and suffering, not personal emotions.
I mean, morals were tailored around your specific dispositions, and those dispositions have emotions. So I don't know what that
Yeah,
necessarily
but you can
means.
also consider rights and suffering of another in that process.
I mean, that's if you believe in like rights or suffering in a certain way. I don't believe in like inherent rights.
So everybody suffers. Suffering is unavoidable whether somebody's being exploited or not. The whole premise of veganism is not um, unnecessarily exploiting others. It really has nothing to do with emotion.
I think it does
But
have to do with emotion a little bit.
sentiment has something to do with emotion.
Yeah, I think it has to do with emotion a little bit, though.
No, it doesn't. I mean, if like I don't have to feel emotion for my like there are people that I really don't like. You know, and I like vehemently dislike. That doesn't mean I think it's okay to go exploit them. By principle, I wouldn't want somebody to unnecessarily exploit me. Like I shouldn't do that to others. Like that is a consistent line of reasoning. Choosing that it is okay for me to go exploit others because I don't find sentimental value in them, but it's not okay for me to exploit somebody else because I do find sentimental value within them is inconsistent and because it's based on emotion.
No, it wouldn't be inconsistent. It would be inconsistent if I believed they had like some sort of inherent right. I don't believe in that. I believe the right they have or the right they walk around with is the rights I give them or the value I give them. If they don't have any value, then I don't see what happened. Like anything that happens to them, I don't really care. I mean, with you, within your view, it
I mean, so
would be
at this point,
consistent.
we're just gonna run the question at this point because yeah, it's kind of just looping over. So, what's the morally relevant trait difference between non-human animals and human animals? Where if you were to remove or add a trait from one or the other, it would now make it okay to exploit humans in the same way that we're doing towards non-human animals.
Oh, I don't base like what I should or shouldn't do.
What?
All right, what's the sentimental difference? Like
What's the
whatever
sentimental
word you want.
difference? I don't know how to explain it.
Can you even explain your sentimental value for humans? Do you have any concept of what that
I
would
think it
mean?
just happens. I don't know how to really explain it.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is just more proof that your entire value system is based on emotions.
I mean, that's
Emotions are
how.
one of the few things that we can sometimes not be able to describe, but we can describe why someone should have the right to not be exploited pretty easily.
I would say like humans align well. I think in certain scenarios, I think humans align well with my self-interest.
That's not sentimental. Like you need to like break down like what exactly is making like what determines being sentimental
Well,
and
it's
why
all
is that
primitive.
relevant?
These are all like primitive things we don't actually really know.
So you can't form a logical argument with something that you don't actually know and can't actually describe and be consistent with
I
that.
mean, that's what's called an axiom, which is used in like everything, like observations, even the arguments for veganism. I'm just saying, like with sentimental value, it's just an axiom. I don't know exactly what it is.
Yeah, but we can define the difference between desire and necessity, right?
Yeah.
We can define what exploitation is.
Oh, I think people have different interpretations, but I think generally, yeah.
Well, exploitation's exploitation. Like I don't know, like drawing like different definitions from words is arbitrary, right? And there are words that aren't necessarily meant to be arbitrary. Like exploitation is exploitation, right? Desire is desire, necessity is necessity, right? Those are clear lines and clear justifications to either consume or not consume another life. You know, saying something is sentimental without being able to define that or the discernible difference, that's not logical for the discussion. Like, you're not logically satisfying anything, like, let alone your own position.
Because it's primitive. You just said like necessity is necessity. Obviously, people have different interpretations, but like it's just primitive what necessity is. Like there's different interpretations of necessity. Like there's like factual necessity. There's
Yeah, so we're using necessity in its specific context. Do we need it to survive or not? That is a clear, definable line right there. Sentiment is not.
because I told you sentiment is primitive.
Well, when you say it's primitive, it kind of just sounds circular. It sounds like you're like saying,
That's what
"Oh,
an
this
axiom is.
desire." Well, I mean, it's just not gonna be like informative in any way when we're asking you like to explain what you mean.
I can't really explain an axiom.
An axiom doesn't necessarily satisfy a logical discussion either. So you can use axioms all you like. That doesn't strengthen your position.
I mean, it's supposed to be used as a foundation. I'm saying this is the foundation.
Yeah, but you need to be able to define the foundation.
I can't really define the foundation. The foundation is primitive. Also, like you said earlier, Ouroboros, it's circular. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Like,
Well, is it like self-authenticating or something like that?
it would be like self-evident or something. Like, I don't know if you know the quote, but like, it's like if you ask someone why so much, they'll like end up being like some sort of mockery. They'll end up like being mocked or something, because eventually we'll run out of reasons to satisfy the question why.
But you haven't listed any reasons other than it's sentimental.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to define it or explain it. It's just primitive. That's why I said it's an axiom. And I just build off from there, from the axiom, and then tell you what lines from there.
You haven't built anything off of that axiom, though. That's the point.
Wait, I did. I literally did. I said from there, I recognize that animals don't have an inherent right to life. I decide which animals that have value based upon the sentimental axiom.
But you need to be able to define why. You can't just rely on, because it's primitive. Like, you need to be able to rely, or you need to be able to define why. Like,
do you know what an axiom is?
Enlighten me.
It's an unjustified assumption.
And that doesn't logically satisfy debates.
Okay, then you wouldn't have a conversation with literally anyone, because that's what literally every single argument rests upon.
Logical debates can be solved. Yep. So
Hey.
every like, the only people that use axioms in the manner that you are people that don't actually have like legitimate justifications outside of, hey, I'm just a supremacist and I am inconsistent within my own logical systems.
That's not true. Even scientists use axioms when doing observations. Every professional.
I said the way you're specifically using axioms right now. I didn't say axioms weren't necessary in some forms of discussions or fields or whatever. I'm saying you specifically right now. The way you are using it is not going to logically satisfy the discussion. You need to be able to define that sentiment and what makes the difference.
I already told you, man. I already don't know how to define it.
Well, here, like, if you're just saying you have a sentiment for, like, some species, particularly humans, to not be aggressed upon, and I just say, well, I have a sentiment that some species, particularly humans, should be aggressed upon, how do you think we would navigate this in some sort of social contract?
I think that's a very fair question. I think it just comes down to that of like, whether or not if we're like rational beings, right? And if like we can provide some sort of justification, I take it that whoever has like the better justification would have like, that would be the thing that we do.
Well, if I just say my justification is some primitive sentimental feeling that I have, and you say your justification is some primitive sentimental feeling that you have, then how do we navigate the social contract?
I guess it would just be like a toss up at that point.
A toss up. Can you like rephrase like what you mean by that? Like I don't know what you mean by
I
it
mean,
would
I
be a
would say it would
toss up.
just you would flip a coin.
You'd flip a coin for what's morally right and wrong. Is
Yeah,
that how you come
It
to a
doesn't
moral
logically
conclusion?
satisfy anything. That's
you would just flip a coin. Yeah. This is kind of like how we've been
What
doing
branch
things.
of
Yeah,
moral
this is just kind of
philosophy
like
is
off
that?
base in general, and because like sentiments, like your sentiment of valuing human life, that's like an inherently subjective thing and can vary widely between individuals and cultures and all these things. Like an axiom is something that's intended to be universally accepted within like a specific logical framework. So like one person might hold a sentimental attachment to human life based on personal experiences, while another may not share that sentiment, and that's going to lead to levels of inconsistent ethical conclusions. Not like that's not an axiom to say you just have a general feeling that humans are better. That's just your subjective take. That's not an axiom.
That's not even what an axiom is. An axiom is just an unjustified assumption that lays the foundation for an argument.
No,
It
an
doesn't have to be
axiom. An
universal.
axiom's not. It's not like an unjustified assumption. It's a fundamental statement. It's like it's a principle that is accepted as true within, a particular logical or like mathematical framework.
That's it's an unjustified assumption. Because if you ask why should we accept that axiom to be true, they'll just run out of reason. They won't be able to give you a reason. You can just
Yeah,
reject the axiom and then the
an
argument doesn't make sense.
an example would be like an example of identity. So like an axiom states that each thing is identical to itself. So like A equals A. This is self-evident. Like this is self-evident truth, and it's foundational for logic and reasoning. Your sentiment of humans are just cool and animals are not is a subjective statement. It's not an axiom.
Statement or proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. Yeah, so I don't see how that me saying I have sentimental value towards humans and non-human animals in certain scenarios is not a proposition that's being established.
Sure, but like I said, you're improperly using the axiom and it doesn't logically satisfy this specific discussion.
How am I improperly using it?
Because you're using that to generate a logical conclusion when it doesn't.
How does it not generate a logical conclusion?
Because you're using an axiom that is self-evidently true, but
So you
it's
just
not.
went in an entire circle. I asked you how it's not used. I said I was using it improperly. I said how, because you said it leads to a illogical conclusion. I said, how does it reach to an illogical conclusion? It reaches back to where we started, that I was using the axiom improperly.
I said it's not logically satisfying the debate, right? It doesn't, like you're not logically drawing a conclusion
Yeah, it doesn't.
outside of a claim that you're making. Like that's all you're making is a claim, and a claim doesn't satisfy a debate.
Yeah, like
This
is like
just because
Claim does not satisfy debate. What?
I mean, you're basically using axioms as an excuse. Like you're just excusing yourself from logically explaining your position because of the word axiom, and just illogically using it, because that's not how axioms are used.
But
They're a foundational principle that's accepted within logical systems to provide consistency, like some level of universally accepted terms to build a foundation, to build
you can look in Persona give the definition already.
So you can say that yes, it's sentimental, and you are using the axiom, right? But to continue the discussion, you need to follow up with why that is true. Like what makes it.
The main thing here is axioms are used to derive conclusions, not make the conclusion itself. Your sentiments.
I'm not saying that's the conclusion. I'm saying that's just the foundation.
I already told you guys, like, your foundation is a sentimental conclusion. You end the statement with the axiom that you're proposing.
Wait, no, I did not. I just said the axiom is that I have sentimental value for humans and non-human animals, and not non-human animals.
Right, and that's a
Different scenarios.
conclusion. That's a conclusion, not an axiom.
Wait, that's not the conclusion.
Yeah, you're
The
not. You're
conclusion.
not
The conclusion
deriving.
is that the conclusion is that non-human animals or animals in general don't have inherent rights. That's the conclusion.
No, you could just ignore the rights part. You could just go back to you don't have value for them. That's your conclusion.
I mean, that would be fine, yeah. But
Yeah,
that wouldn't
again,
be
your
that wouldn't be the
axiom.
axiom.
You're using axiom incorrectly here. This is not how you use axioms.
I wouldn't be using it.
This is absurdist logic.
This is not absurdist logic.
It absolutely is.
No, it's not. I
Yeah,
literally said
you're using the concept of foundational principles to just subvert away from having a genuine conversation because
I
you're
am.
scared of exposing how inconsistent you are.
I mean, that's just. I mean, if you're going to do that, just be like play ad hominem tax. That's fine. But I'm not trying to run away from a genuine discussion. I already said what my claim was. I don't believe animals or people or anything has inherent rights to life. Right? You guys already like agreed with that. And I don't, and also take it that rights don't come from like some sort of external entity. They come from us. And I choose what animals or what things that I value based off like some sort of sentiment or some sort of disposition.
The problem is your statement is again it lacks any universal applicability. You do not offer any kind of level of coherent framework for your ethical reasoning. You're equating a sentimental value for human life with an axiom, and that fails to recognize the critical distinction between the two.
So like we can go upon like the vegan view, right? So do you believe animals have inherent rights?
Yes.
Where did they come from?
Yeah, they're naturally ascribed, just like how human rights are naturally ascribed.
Naturally ascribed by who?
They're not prescribed by anyone in particular.
So they just came out of thin air.
Rights don't need to be. This is like John Locke. Like this is basic natural rights.
They just came out of thin air.
Yeah, like they're inherent and universal. Like natural rights are like essentially like a fundamental and universal thing that we apply to all sentient life. It's not something that we're applying again, just randomly to rocks and to plants and to other non-sentient things. We are applying them only to that which has that baseline of sentience.
So you're just prescribing what is good based upon nature. That's a fallacy.
It's not.
Yeah, that's the naturalistic fallacy. You said it's naturally prescribed, and you take animals having inherent rights to life as good. So if it's naturally prescribed by nature, and if you take it to be good, then it's a naturalistic fallacy.
Yeah, I mean they're pre-existing rights that we as a whole should be accepting for like essentially like a moral foundation. The idea of like natural rights serves as a moral foundation for ethical and like even later like political theories. They're like a necessary step to get to the higher levels of rights that we exist. Sorry, what? Sorry, what?
I think you might have had a phone call, but he said pre-existing how.
Oh. Well, I don't. Probably not worth responding.
He doesn't even know what inherent means.
Yeah. I mean, to answer
inherent rights. Inherent how?
He already left, but yeah, I mean, again, they're inherent within being a sentient being. Like, animals are sentient beings. We are all animals, capable of experiencing pain, pleasure, emotions, etc. Like, we recognize the capacity to suffer, which leads to ethical consideration. If we didn't grant animals any ethical consideration whatsoever, then that gives the okay towards like again graping animals, kicking animals, doing all these abhorrent things that we normally consider extremely taboo. I know he gave the okay for graping animals in private, which is fucking insane. But irregardless of that, like it's still an understood thing that it's bad for them. Like his entire logical or quote unquote moral framework completely ignores individuals. It means
We'll
that
see that.
if he was placed in that position, he would now have to be okay with it happening to him because his moral framework gives the okay for these things that are happening in private to occur. So, like a good question would be the original position question, which would essentially be like, you know, if you were laying out the framework for a world and you got to make basically all the decisions, and then once you make all your decisions on like how things would be, you pull a lever and activate the world. So basically, would you want to create a world in which people respect the inherent rights of one another, or would you like to create a world where people, you know, or just individuals in general do not? So would you like to create a world where more suffering is essentially happening, more exploitation, more oppression, or one with less of these things? And it's
Well,
pretty evident with our understanding now that all of those things are bad. They lead to bad experiences for individuals, irregardless of what might happen to you. And the idea of the original position is that when you pull that lever, your consciousness is going to be transported into any number of different individuals on the planet. So you could wake up from this and be, you know, a disabled person in, you know, Cambodia. You could wake up and be the president of the United States. You could wake up. You could be an elephant in the savannah. You could be any number of different sentient beings on the planet. Like, again, do you want to create a world in which more of these bad things are happening or more good things are happening? And good just meaning reduction in exploitation and oppression and harm and violence and all these things that we all understand are not good.
Well, I'll just even mention too, like, even if somebody doesn't actually believe in all of that and like to their own specific moral code, like doesn't like actually believes what he was saying, like he could have just won that at the beginning when he said, yeah, I don't care. I don't care if that happens to you, me, or the women that we were talking about, whatever. But he created the inconsistency when he mentioned, well, we shouldn't do that to others because of sentimental value. You know, so he kind of like cut himself off right there, and he started using the justification like for his use of an axiom because he had no real logical response.
Yeah, again, he was completely misconstruing like what an axiom is, which is not a general like sentimental value thing. Like I can't just be like geckos are cool. That's my axiom. Like that's fucking insane. It's not what
Yeah,
an
like
axiom is.
there's proper ways of using the axioms. And like I said, I gave him every chance to win that discussion in the beginning. Every single chance, and then he decided to just, well, no, we can't do that because I feel something for that. After saying that you were appealing to emotion or I was appealing to emotion, despite none of us using any emotional justifications. So it was a silly argument. I love having discussions with philosophy bros and listening to them, like, you know, improperly using logical terms and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty familiar with like a little bit of the jargon, but like coming to the conclusion that like if we disagree on what a social contract should look like and saying, oh, maybe I guess we flip a coin on it is just insane.
That was wild. I guess we just flip a coin. That's funny.
Hello.
Evan, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Awesome. So do you know what veganism is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's when people say they don't want to eat certain animals.
No, not necessarily. I mean, that's like the consumption part of it, but it's a philosophy and a
So an animal product.
justice movement to to abstain from animal exploitation wherever practicable and possible. Do you know what exploitation means?
Yeah.
Can you describe it for me really quick before we go on, just so we're on the same page right off the get-go?
Yeah, that's fine. If you're exploiting something or someone, you're normally using them for your own gain.
Awesome. I do want to mention, like, there is that, like, unfairly to your gain or benefit in there. I just want to make sure that that's in there as well. So now that you understand what veganism is, and you already have a clear grasp of what exploitation is, do you mind if I ask if you're vegan, or if not, why you are not?
I am not vegan, no.
Do you mind if I ask why not?
Well, personally, we come from a farming area, and obviously, yes, it's sad, animals are killed, but when you look at the fact one cow dies and that makes 1,000 meals, but then when you grow enough to put one loaf of bread on the table, you're shooting how many rabbits and crows and pigeons to protect that crop, and then spraying off.
I haven't shot a single animal in my crop production. I think the most casualties I have might have been some insects, which is unfortunate, but it's also unfortunately unavoidable in many circumstances. The reason why a lot of these animals are being unalived for crop protection is generally due to lazy practices on regard to the farmer, right? There are definitely ways to avoid stuff like that.
And even still,
I don't think that's true.
Even still, when we look at the vertebrate deaths per 100 calories and bug deaths per 100 calories, if we're looking at, because yeah, like Ozark focuses on veganic agriculture. To summarize what that is, there's basically no animal inputs, and it's a vast reduction or complete elimination of pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, things like this, and focusing on essentially like biodiversity and reducing tilling and things like this. Just
You'd
basically
have to
trying to
grow
be.
that all in polytunnels.
Say again.
You'd have to grow that all in polytunnels, then, would you?
Ozark can speak on that more, but yeah, veganic agriculture is done on the land. I'm not sure what those tunnels are you're referring to, but
Oh, they're like plastic big tunnels to like.
No, I don't use anything like that. I just put my stuff into the ground and I let it grow. I put barriers around it, such as like using cedar posts with like wire or netting to prevent animals from getting in when I don't want them to get into there. But I haven't had to take the life of any animal, right? And I know my operation's smaller, but I still like use enough land to grow enough food eventually. And like I said, there are plenty of non-violent practices that we can make. But let's say in an instance where it is potentially necessary for where it needs to happen. Do you understand the difference between exploitation and self-defense?
Yes.
Yeah. So going out and purposely using somebody for your own gain is a lot different than defending your food source. And I would also like to add that,
but to defend killing an animal, the same as defending feed people.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just finish really quick, and you can go ahead. I also want to mention that statistically, up to 90% of cows globally are finished on grains. So the majority of the cows that make up like less than 1% of the animals that are consumed are still fed grains that require, potential harvesting and crop deaths.
Do you know why a lot of grain goes into animal agriculture?
Why is that relevant?
Because otherwise it's a false narrative.
Okay, so you can explain it to me, and then I'll see if it's relevant. Sure, go ahead. Why?
So we grow grain on a large scale. That would predominantly be for, ideally all for human consumption, but we can grow the same exact type of, say, barley on the same field, use the same methods, and at the end of the year, for whatever reason, it could fall short on, say, protein or whatever. Like when it goes to the mill, they test it, and there's levels of like basically every single thing that's in whatever you've just produced. And if it falls short of those standards, then we have the choice of, well, we can throw it away, or we can sell it into animal agriculture to be used as feed.
So the largest difference between human feed and animal feed is the amount of chemicals and pesticides that are allowed to be sprayed on them. Generally, otherwise, most of the time, they are equal in nutrition and consumption, where humans or animals can consume them.
So when you take it, obviously, if it doesn't meet the grade, then it will go to cattle.
But still, but again, that still doesn't satisfy your argument, though, because a lot of that food is still harvested and fed to animals. Plus 99% of the livestock on the planet, like land animals, and then a bunch of factory farmed fish, also have to rely on grains because they're not ruminants.
Yeah, but you've got to realize that a lot of grain couldn't be used for human consumption. Where it could be.
Most of the grain that is grown is edible, but it is fed to non-human animals. Like the stuff you're referring to that we can't eat is also stuff that animals like chickens and pigs might not necessarily be able to eat as well. So it's thrown into silage. I'm not disagreeing with you that happens, but the majority.
I know ours goes straight as animal grain. Like there's nothing wrong. It just doesn't hit there, like say 13% protein. So then you just feed it to animals instead. Like it's perfectly fine to eat, but they want it to be 13%.
13%. What do you mean? Like protein content?
So like when you buy a bag of flour, they'll put on the back it's got so many grams of like protein and whatever. So
yeah,
then
a lot of the flour that is sold is significantly under 13%.
Yeah, I was just using a random number.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant. And plus, again, like when it comes to taking the lives of animals during harvesting, a lot of that, even with cows, like cows are still fed a lot of those grains, right? And they don't do it because it doesn't meet the protein content. Cows can derive protein from grass. They do it because it helps fatten them and marble them up because people prefer eating it that way.
I'm telling you factually that here, on a large scale, you take it to the mill. If it does not meet the standards of what they expect to be in that grain, then it's perfectly healthy. A human could still eat it because it's had all the right sprays that it's perfectly good for human consumption, but it doesn't meet their standards. And then that's it. It will go to be animal feed.
You just threw out a standard that wasn't even applicable. So I'm like really questioning if.
Google them now. You can Google them now and see what the mills are this year. So they'll have certain standards, and it's like dirt, like they call it dirty seed, but it's not. But
it's still irrelevant.
And like barley, like there's an outer shell that the combine will strip off, shake off, but not all of it comes off.
This doesn't have any implications on like why this makes any of this kind of system infeasible in terms of like having a fully plant-based system where we don't need to do what you're talking about. And we could still very well utilize these crops for feeding livestock, but we would use it for sanctuary settings rather than feeding it to animals deliberately to fatten them up ASAP and then take their life and consume them. That's the part that we are standing against.
Well, I can answer when we plant a crop, obviously when it comes through, it's tiny little shoots. If you have rabbits, crows, or pigeons come on that, they can decimate it.
So real quick, we already went over this. We understand that.
No, you haven't really.
Well, no, I will.
You're out shooting rabbit.
I will very quickly go over this.
Old rabbit.
I'll very quickly go over this with you. Okay, we understand crop deaths. We hear this all the time.
Not crop dust.
What?
This isn't crop dust. This is planting. Every farm clear the field. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah. So again, Evan, you're talking. Right? That's crop deaths.
Yeah.
That's literally what crop deaths means.
No, this is shooting.
Yeah, so
that's a part of crop deaths. I don't think you understand.
It's not just harvest. Like we're saying crop deaths, field deaths, not harvest deaths alone.
Yeah.
Hey, Evan, do you eat anything other than a cow?
Oh yeah, I eat most things.
So you eat like grains, legumes, potatoes, onions, other crops?
I don't know about legumes, but yeah, I'll
Do
eat.
you eat stuff with soy or beans or anything? Peas?
Yeah, peas, beans.
So you're contributing to that, and the majority of the time your food is also contributing to those crop deaths. So taking the life of that one animal is really negligible when it comes down to the harm that's being caused. You don't have to do it. And the very difference is what we're trying to discuss is one is exploitive, whereas the other is defending your food source.
I disagree. I think when we're out killing in mass numbers to create a crop that's going to feed less than if you were to kill, say, 10 cows, you can't defend killing 100 lives.
So if 10 people break into your house right now and you have to like unalive all of them, you think that should like weight some sort of crime versus if it was just one person breaking into your house? You think you should be held criminally liable for the 10, but not for the one?
Well, no, I'm fine with the animals. I know that no matter what goes on your plate, animals have to die.
I'm asking you, like, because we're talking about intentions here now, and you said that, well, you know, because there's many, it's not justifiable. So if, let's say 10 people break into your house and you defend yourself, do you think that, like, somebody should be criminally liable, like, any more so than if only one person broke into the house?
People should be criminally liable, yeah. So it's just like you when you eat something that isn't an animal product.
Self-defense. I'm talking about self-defense.
Well, in the UK, self-defense isn't a thing.
You're not allowed to defend yourself?
No. So if someone breaks in your house, you'd still be assaulting them if you attacked them.
Yikes! Yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't agree with that.
Oh no,
I think everybody has it. Like, so I'm asking you personally, like, if let's say do you think it should be more illegal to defend yourself against like one person versus 10 people?
Well, if you're defending yourself, it should be the same, should it?
And do you think that it should be punishable?
To defend yourself?
Yeah. Do you think that should be punishable?
No, I think it's wrong because you could have a single mother at home.
Like, this isn't even the UK. I'm looking up the UK law, like right to defend. So individuals have the right to defend themselves, others, and their property. This right is recognized under common law, and the use of reasonable force is permitted. Reasonable force, the law states that you may use reasonable force to protect yourself and others from harm or to prevent a crime. What constitutes reasonable force depends on the circumstances. It should be proportionate to the threat faced. So, like, yeah, obviously, if someone comes into your home and they're unarmed and they don't really pose like an immediate serious threat, then yeah, like escalation of harm would pose probably trying to like, you know, subdue them, not like take their life, you know, immediately and things like this. But yeah, if they were like brandishing a knife or something like that and a clear threat to your life, you're not going to go to jail for defending yourself or your property.
Okay, if someone broke into my house now and attacked me, and I hit them back, you'd actually go to court then. And if they were to say that I was the one who was the aggressor to attack them first, you can end up being done for defending yourself.
Well, sure. Like, so, and we're also arguing for escalation of force, right? We know that, like, in some specific instances, defending yourself or your livelihood and your food source might have to require some death, but significantly less death happens from consuming a plant-based diet versus animal agriculture.
In UK agriculture anyway, I know for a fact the amount of meals I produce off the arable ground, the amount of deaths that occur if you count the insects, the rabbits, the crows, the pigeons, all of which we massacre to clear so you have a crop and it doesn't get decimated, compared to if you were to produce that off cattle, which could be run on grass and not exploited. Obviously, they're exploited at the very end, but obviously the animals...
Still exploitation.
Yeah, so do you think that like no animals are unalived when livestock is consuming grains? Because most livestock is fed grains, not just grass.
Oh, I understand that, but
Yes,
Yeah, so
it's
like
just like
if we're considering the amount of deaths per meal for vegans or non-vegans, it's much higher for you. And the point is not that it's like that animals die in the harvesting of crops. We would aim to reduce that, but
our cattle are grass fed.
veganism is not anti-death, right? Veganism is anti-exploitation, and it's not exploitative in nature to have someone die in the process of trying to harvest a crop when you are getting food for your consumption. Like, I'm not unfairly benefiting off of the use of the body of the mouse,
Well, I
right?
just
That
need
makes
to mention
sense.
too. Like, I just need to mention too. You said you eat pretty much everything else other than that cow too. So you're really not doing any less harm by taking the life of that cow to exploit, especially with all of the resources and land that goes into that cow and any other cow, and the significant amount of land clearing and habitat loss that occurs to start raising these cows to exploit. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even any kind of solution because,
Our
like,
cows are fully grass fed, so there's
currently,
no grain that goes
currently,
in.
currently 2% of the global calorie supply comes from beef. First of all, second of all, 1% of beef production is fully grass, start to finish, fed. They're typically again going to be maybe grass finished, but normally grain fed. And then yeah, on top of that, we have globally, like in terms of grams of protein per person per day that comes from grazed systems is 1 gram of protein per person per day. And we compare that to 27 grams of protein per person per day that comes from all terrestrial animal proteins otherwise. Yet we have 26% of the Earth's terrestrial land surface is already taken by grazing systems, meaning it's not possible for people to consume animal products at anywhere near the rate that we're talking about what people do right now. You'd be talking about like if everyone swapped to fully grass start to finish, pure graze systems, et cetera, what you're referring to. And again, we already have, even under the most efficient method possible, it only constitutes 2% of the global calorie supply. We're talking about a system that would then be put down by like multiple times less. So we're talking about like less than 1%, probably less than 0.5% of the world's global calorie supply would come from what you're talking about. So it's not even like anything that's meaningful in terms of feeding the world.
Oh, I fully understand that, but I'll just say to you, our cows are personally grass fed the whole way through, and if I take a cow to slaughter, knowing that I've given it the best life possible, any care it needs, and then at like 4 year old it's going to die, I feel less bad for taking that cow for 1,000 meals than I do shooting a free
Well,
forward.
you're not considering deaths per calorie because again, like if we were to do all of what you're saying, like first of all, it wouldn't be possible. So like if people still wanted to consume any meaningful amount of these products, and even still, like if we were to compare like like an equivalent to this would be like consuming a deer from the forest in terms of deaths per 100 calories. So in like standard plant-based agriculture, like conventional plant-based, where there's not, essentially practices that we see within veganic agriculture. So in standard conventional farming, for 100 calories, you're talking about 0.00003 vertebrate deaths per 100 calories. And then potential amount of bug deaths is somewhere in the realm of 0.8 to 20 per 100 calories. Just depends on the crop. Crap, 1 second. And then on the veganic option, it would be 0 vertebrate deaths. Basically, there's no quantified amount that would ever exist. And then bug deaths would be 0.1 to 1. For deer, we're talking about 0.001 deaths per 100 calories. So again, 0.00003 in the conventional plant-based farming versus 0.001 per 100 calories. So, and yeah, there's 0 bug deaths under the deer. I mean, at least of what we could quantify. And let's say that's also true of the cow. Either way, even if you combine these things together, we're talking about, especially in veganic systems, far less deaths taking place. So if you wanted to have this like innate righteous, feeling of like, oh wow, I'm not causing an inordinate, excessive amount of deaths per 100 calories, you should be a veganic farmer.
I'd be into looking into if we could get sprays that wouldn't kill as many, but like where we are, I know per acre the amount that die is unreal just to produce grain, and I know we've tested our soil yearly and the ground that the cattle run on, and obviously manure on top of the ground, feeding the insects. The ground is better off than the ground that goes into corn.
Yeah, and I mean, I think anybody else can kind of understand that on such a massive scale. It might be a bit more daunting and like challenging to look into like a big solution, but there are ways that you could at least look into to reduce that number,
Would there
Especially,
be sprays for things like slugs? Like personally in our area, if we plant a crop, we obviously have to put slug pellets down to kill all the slugs.
And the big thing too, again, more than any of this, like again, like there's all kinds of veganic principles and methods that you could find to reduce like overall deaths. To like, if you were seeking out a goal like that, that's I would just advise looking into the biocyclic veganic standard. You can find a whole lot more if you just look into that specific standard. But outside of this, again, like veganism is about avoiding direct exploitation and rights violations. So when I went over all those numbers, the number of rights violations per 100 calories in either plant-based system is always 0 and will never be higher. In the example of
the baby rabbit shot and crows and pigeons.
Yeah, that's not a rights violation.
So yeah, we already established the difference between self-defense and exploitation, right?
I don't feel like it is self-defense because we could have let that ground be grass, not have had to kill
humans have to eat, right? Humans have to eat.
But we could have eaten. I could have put 10 cows on that field, and have obviously then killed 10 cows instead of hundreds of other lives.
You're choosing to put beings on a field with the sole intent on exploiting them. Whereas you can grow crops into the ground with the intent.
But I've got the sole intent of clearing that field and taking hundreds of lives.
You're not understanding the variance in the definitions.
I understand you're trying to justify it, but I know when we go out and clear fields, I don't feel like it's a good use at all.
Do you think it would be justifiable if, like, your house could house like, 10 people? So they decided to come in and remove you from the house so that way 10 people could live there. I mean, you're still being exploited in that situation, and I don't think that you would enjoy that.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have to remove them. You can have the wild animals there if it was grass. When it goes into crop, we have to...
So you know what would happen if every single person on the planet decided to eat ruminants as their sole dietary choice? Grass-fed or pasture-raised ruminants at that?
I know everyone can. We've got to have a varied diet.
So exactly. So there's nothing ethical about it if everybody can't. If everybody goes and adheres,
but everyone can't do any of it.
Let me finish. So if everybody adheres to a plant-based diet, we would require significantly less land, which would also involve significantly less deaths on habitats, animals that are like during harvesting.
Wild. It's wild to claim, like a statement about clearing land is your biggest issue, while simultaneously talking about
animals.
While simultaneously talking about the industry that occupies 80% of all agricultural land on this planet, yet only gives us 17% of the global calorie supply, the entirety of animal agriculture. So we're talking about something that is already disparagingly awful in terms of the amount of wild land that is being desecrated for the sake of clearing land for animals. And we're talking about even worse, a situation where
I'm talking about clearing animals.
You're proposing grass-fed livestock, which requires about 2.5 times the amount of land compared to conventional animal farming. So we're going to use even more land in that system if we wanted to increase it even more. So we're going to be talking about a system in which you're like, we're already clearing 80 to 90%, or sorry, 80 to 90% of all the deforestation that has happened in the Amazon rainforest, for instance, is been for cattle ranching. So we're talking about a system where, okay, well, instead of doing this form of cattle ranching in the Amazon rainforest, let's clear this land, turn it into grassland. They'll do pasture raised farming. We'll need to clear even more to do this. So, like, fuck
I'm
the
not saying
environment,
that at
fuck
all.
fuck the natural lands that exist on this planet. Let's have more invasive species, more cows, more things that just don't need to be here.
No, my point is very simple. All I'm saying is, personally, on my property, I know that if someone was to come to me and say that they eat my grain to be vegan, that I know for a fact that I'm killing 15 to 20 times the amount of lives that it would be if they were to eat my cattle instead. And I know it's not viable on a larger scale and all this, but I just don't like them saying they're
That's the
poor
key
animals.
right there. That is the key right there. It's not viable on a large scale, but why? Because of how many lives would be impacted if we did it on a larger scale.
Yeah, the crops, it would just
But
decimate.
no, I'm talking about like consuming cows and animals.
Instead,
Like,
you'd rather shoot them and leave them to rot.
nobody's talking about shooting and leaving anybody to rot. We could stop breeding animals in existence to use them. I mean, according to the available model, if we stopped consuming animals globally, we would use up to 75% less land.
A lot of that crops on.
If you're talking, I can't hear you. I apologize.
Oh, I said a lot of that ground you can't grow crops on. That's why people have stock. Like, for example, in the UK, crops pays more than stock. So if you can't grow crops,
So Keith had already mentioned, the statistics on deforestation. Deforestation isn't only occurring to specifically create land for grazing, but also grow crops specifically for animal agriculture.
almost a quarter of the soya that comes into UK is for human consumption.
And the rest is for?
But I'm just pointing out that for deforestation, if we all went vegan, would still happen.
Well, no, so globally, 7% of the soy is allocated to humans.
In the UK, it's almost a quarter.
I'm right now I'm saying globally. In the United States, it's less than a quarter to. I believe it's something like 6% in the United States because a majority of it goes to feed animals.
Yeah, but they do a lot more intensive feeding over there, don't they?
But what we're trying to express here, though, is that, it requires a lot less land, a lot less habitat destruction, a lot less crop deaths overall if we adopted a global plant-based diet. Like eating cows, sure, in your specific circumstance, and if you were not consuming any other foods in our current system, sure, for you specifically and you alone, up to maybe a certain number of people, it might appear less harmful. But like you said, we can't apply it to a massive scale because it would be.
I understand it wouldn't work globally.
And that's what I'm trying to express here, because it won't work because of how destructive it is and how many more lives and habitats will ultimately be destroyed because of it. And that's what we're debating here. It's an unnecessary system, even though it might, on paper, given a specific set of criteria, appear to be less harmful. But overall, it's really not. And especially with somebody that's also consuming other like caloric dense foods like that comes from.
I want vegans to understand how many lives are taken to give them their vegan food so they can think they're not exploiting any animals. But
so just say you're not listening. Because I've run through it with you, other people have run through it with you. Veganism is not anti-death, it's anti-exploitation. And using harvesting a crop when you need food to consume is not inherent exploitation. Can you define exploitation?
I'd define it as you've got a house sat there, and then someone decides they're going to grow food in your house, so they kill you and all your family to then grow it, and then anyone else who comes
Yeah,
near
I mean, even to that point. So even to that point, most animals that are being harmed when, you're talking about defending the crops, I understand that, but there's ways to avoid that. And we currently live in a system where, like, for example, I live in northern Canada and it's cold here, like the ground is frozen here for 9 to 10 months out of the year. So obviously, I don't have the option to grow my own food in a veganic way. So I have to go to the grocery store and buy food. I can't go to the grocery store and buy food that had none of this, like, quote unquote exploitation about growing the food in someone's home, right? Because I don't have another option. And a very important part of the definition of veganism is as far as is practicable and possible. So it's not practicable or possible for you to expect me to grow my own food
I don't
in the
expect you to
middle
grow
of
your own.
northern Canada, right? Like, you can't say that it's you can't appeal to hypocrisy or say that we can't be vegan because these animals die when we are doing what we can possibly and practicably do in the situation that we currently exist under. So yeah, like, we can argue maybe there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, but it's a decision that we have to make so that we can consume food, and there's no intended victim in the choices that we are making, but there is an intended victim in the choices that you are making, Evan.
I would argue that, like, I know in the UK, we know if we plant a crop, like, all the insects are going to die anyway, but I know a lot of vegans, like, discount insects, which I don't
No,
know if
so,
they really count.
Evan, you're
But
missing it. We're not discounting that this happens. We're like, nobody is discounting or avoiding that this happens. We're trying to highlight the difference between directly exploiting somebody versus defending yourself or your crops or whatever. You know, we're not disputing that it doesn't happen. Do you know how many farmers on the planet are actually vegan?
I'd guess quite a low number.
Yeah, probably less than like a fraction of a percent. You know, so we're talking about a bunch of people who really don't care about animal rights.
Well, I think it's just we see the death in whatever food we produce.
But this is what I'm saying. We're right now talking about a bunch of people who are farming food who don't really care about animal rights, who aren't really necessarily taking any other measurements other than doing what's the most convenient versus or what's the most profitable or less time consuming, you know, and not really taking into care or consideration like ethical factors. And I'm not implying that everybody is doing that. I mean, you might very well yourself be taking measures, and that's great if you are, you know. And like I said, I understand that it's going to be significantly unavoidable at certain levels, especially with today right now, you know. But do you receive subsidies for your operation? I'm just curious.
No, there is zero subsidy in England now.
Oh, England doesn't have subsidized agriculture. I thought that they did.
Yeah, we did, and then basically we pulled out of the European Union, and then they cut it down over like 5 years or 4 years, and then we have none now.
Okay, well, thank you for informing me, because then I can't really.
Wales still does. I don't know about Scotland.
Yeah, so I mean, thanks for informing me of that, because then I can, like, you know, I don't have to really go down that route. But I know in America, like in the United States, our industry is heavily subsidized. And seeing how unnecessary the industry really is, you know, a lot of those subsidies could be used, you know, for us, and you may, you know, if we had a different administration, maybe help other countries as well, you know, reduce the amount of deaths that occur through plant agriculture. You know, there are plenty of solutions that we can look into to avoid this. It's just the majority of the farmers are not vegan, and the majority of them probably don't even really care.
I would say a vast majority of farmers, I think you have more of an understanding of what it takes to put food on the plate. And like for me personally, knowing how many would die to give me a loaf of bread compared to 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, Evan, you continue to bring up Evan, you continue to bring up this number of animals that die as if that's some argument against veganism, and it just kind of feels like you're listening to respond to us and you're not listening to understand what we're saying.
I understand you don't see those animals dying as
That's
bad.
not what any of us have said.
Like I said, I grow food. I haven't had to take anybody's lives in the process. You know, I know my operation only consists of a couple of acres, but it's still like I haven't even been faced with a situation to where I had to even consider doing it, barring some insects, like I said, you know, and I'm actively doing what I can to reduce that as well, right? So it is possible. It is possible to a degree to do the best that we can to reduce that number. But the fundamental difference is we're not breeding somebody into existence to exploit them when we grow food like that, right? Like plant-based food. When we grow animals, like it is unavoidable. That is 100% exploitive, right? And animals require like a lot of plants to consume as well. Like the majority of the animals on the planet consume edible crops for humans. And I'm not referring to only cows. I'm talking about like chickens, fish, pigs, land, like any other animal that is consumed, right? And you've already agreed that we cannot, as a society, all switch to eating ruminants because of how destructive it would be. So if it's that destructive on a massive scale, even though it might not appear to it like at a micro scale, it's just that destructive, but at that micro level.
But what would you do with all this grassland? That's obviously grass has no nutritional value to humans, and it's too stony, too high, too steep to plant crops on. Doesn't it?
Doesn't the UK have a new rewilding program that they're like looking into? I could be wrong. I read this recently, like rewilding like agricultural land that's not being used and like incentivizing that.
Oh no, they'll pay you if you're willing to take ground out of production because they think it will take in more carbon, but they don't realize plants take in carbon when they grow, and obviously grass will just go to a head, stop growing. Whereas if something was grazing it, it's growing 65.
So I mean, regardless, though, you could still just rewild the land and let habitats like naturally start building back up on those properties. The reason why they don't.
We would earn more if we rewilded it all, but then who's feeding anybody then?
I'm not talking about rewilding at all. I'm talking about using what's necessary and then rewilding what's not.
Oh no, I like our stock. Like
what?
I like having stock and being able to care for them.
Well, that just doesn't address anything that Ozark just said to you.
Yeah, because I wouldn't rewild it and just take the payout. I'd rather care for them.
Well, again, that just doesn't address anything Ozark just said to you in what
you could get rid of the animals to rewild it.
No, he said we would use what we need to for our crops, and then whatever we don't need to would be rewilded. He didn't say we would get rid of all the animals for rewilding.
If, say, we all went onto the vegan diet or whatever and just did crops, what would
still
happen?
haven't answered the question.
Yeah, to rewild so much that we're not using for crops, which would mean get rid of the animals and rewild it, which I said no, I'd rather care for the animals. I have answered the question, not in the way you want.
There's nothing wrong with phasing out like species that are in existence for us to solely exploit, if that's where you're going with this. It raises a significant ethical concern when you look at it by creating a species and breeding them into existence just for the sole purpose of exploiting them when you don't have to.
I wouldn't feel like we exploit ours. They breed when they want to breed, and if they want to breed.
Are their lives taken from them so somebody can consume them?
Oh yeah, the same as all the animals in your crop fields.
So that's exploitation, so they are exploited.
I think they both are, yeah.
Yeah, you're just really not listening to understand, which is becoming quite frustrating. Like it just seems like you're waiting for us to say something so you can say your point instead of actually having like a genuine receptive conversation with us. We've explained to you how those two situations are incredibly different, and you
I
just
don't think
keep
they are
coming
at all.
back to the fact and you just keep coming back to the fact that you think that's exploitation, but we're not inherently bringing those animals into existence to exploit them, which is what you are doing right now on your farm. So, like, we can continue to talk in circles with you all night, but this is obviously not going to make any difference to the way that you treat the animals that are in your care, which is poorly, by the way. You say you like to take care of them. Taking care of someone also is not taking their life, right? Like, if you were taking care of your mom and then you took her life, that would be pretty fucked up.
Can I ask you one simple question?
Well, you've asked many simple questions, but you don't actually
I
listen to
haven't
the
had a
answer.
single
So you
answer. I
can
just like to ask one question
you
and you
can
answer A or B.
absolutely ask a question, but if it's ridiculous and pedantic, like, I'm gonna drop you out of the box.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I was
fine.
going to say I'm
Would you
pretty
rather
insulted
A?
because I think I gave you a lot of logical
Would you
answers.
rather A, be an animal that's cared for many years and then your life is taken, or would you B, rather be an animal that's minding its own business, only a few weeks old, and you and all your family's lives are taken? It's
So
okay.
is it necessary to do it? Like, is the circumstance necessary?
I mean,
Like, you absolutely have to do it for your survival?
But that you could say exactly the same with the cow, that we need the food to survive.
No, we don't. When you have options,
Certain lives.
yeah, I mean, the point would be that you've created a false dichotomy with this question. It's not the reality we're facing, or a question that tests what we
Well,
would,
it is
you know,
when
what
in reality
what we
I'm
would.
facing a
It's not a.
plant crops in that
The
field.
problem with it. It's not a question that would test what we would do in our everyday life. It would test a situation of, you know, survival and absolute necessity, which is not something, again, we have a contention against.
Yeah, I will absolutely say that if somebody decides that they have to consume another animal because their life really depended on it, they would have an ethical argument, like, on their behalf. Like, I couldn't disagree with that, really. You know, but when it comes to whether we absolutely have to or not, and us not being required to do that because we have other options available, then in no circumstance, whether they lived a long, happy life or they were young and unaware or whatever the case may be, should they be exploited. Sorry.
Yay, the newest guy is gone. Thank goodness.
Did I lose?
No. Perspective, Keith and I are both mods, but we don't have guest control access. We can't drop people.
I just noticed I was a mod, and right when I clicked on him to disconnect, somebody else disconnected him. So I apologize for not even recognizing that. I would have, like, ejected him a long time ago.
We're not powerful enough.
I need the power.
Wait a minute. Did that speech or that comment that person made about me, like, not being a TikTok mod earlier, like, somehow grant me mod privileges? It was so not a mod going into this live, and I'm like, wait a minute. So funny.
Yeah, I think that person manifested you becoming a TikTok moderator after they were like, you sound like a TikTok moderator.
It had to have been Jesus then, because he was the really religious dude. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. I am now a Christian, guys. Thanks, Jesus.
Thanks, Obama.
Praise Jesus.
Illegal immigrant Jesus.
No, American Jesus. If you guys haven't heard that song by Bad Religion, American Jesus, you should, because it's extremely relevant to the current political climate. Such a good song, too.
I've been listening to lots of, like, politically charged music lately, so I'll definitely check that out.
Yeah, Bad Religion's definitely good with that, but the specific song, like, and after you listen to it, any other time, like you see somebody bring up Christian rhetoric, like that's from America, I promise that song is going to start playing in your head.
Because he's just been in a room listening to Rage Against the Machine.
Pennywise is really good, like their album Land of the Free. I mean, their other albums are phenomenal too, but like Land of the Free really hits home. I'm sure a lot of you might have heard that song Fuck Authority, but it's on that album, and that whole album's just like phenomenal, like and politically charged.
Now me and Ingrid are just role playing a Handmaid's Tale. Blessed be the fruit.
Oh God.
Oh man.
Colleen, I've been reading Alabama v. King, and that's a very good book. I'm just about finished, and I got to return it to the library. So, but not animal rights focus.
I'm sure someone did bring up in the last conversation that like, or well, I just wanted to like confirm that it was brought up, but I'm sure someone did. Just the point that like less crop deaths would occur if the whole world was vegan.
I went down the whole.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Like 10 times, dude. And I know Keith did too.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on lately. I like this is like the second conversation in like the last week I've had to like explain just like it was like a tangent in the conversation, but like just twice in the last week going over self-defense laws, right? that exist because I went to go look at it further and like there's nothing about what he's saying like there's a reasonable use of force. So like if the intruder was fleeing, instead of punching them in the face, you should try to apprehend them and keep them there or whatever, like so that then the police can come. Like that would be a reasonable use of force. Punching them when they're running away would be like deemed not okay, but if they were coming at you with like some level of a threat, that would be redeemable in court. Like you would be able to evidence that and be like, he was in my property, he had a knife, or he was threatening me, and he was blah blah blah. That would be entirely permissible in court. And then I literally had a guy in Arizona that I was talking to it was like earlier this week, and he eventually like I basically got him to at least try challenge 22 because I gave him. He apparently got charges for defending a woman in the streets in Arizona. Like he jumped on the guy and attacked him to defend her, and he's saying that he like ended up with like legal issues because of that. Like was like going to jail, and I like literally cited him the legal code for Arizona as to why that would be entirely legal for him to do that to defend her. Like he was like, oh well, no, like defense of others is different in Arizona. I was like, it's literally not. Here's the code. And he's like, oh well, holy shit, I'm gonna use that in my court case. And I'm like, okay, well now you owe me, so you're gonna sign up for challenge 22.
You're welcome for the free legal advice.
Yeah. Like this is my legal fees. You have to be vegan.
Yeah, I mean, Ravis, why don't you request the box and come up and chat?
Cannot at the minute, but once finished feeding the kiddos, they will. I just tried accepting somebody else up, but it just says I can't. So I thought I could. My hopes have only halfway been dashed now.
Oh, whoa. Maybe Ravi, the biologist, doesn't disagree with us. We also think we are omnivores. but maybe his definition is a little bit different.
Well, I mean, I feel like every
I said
biologist.
obligate carnivores.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I feel like with the the biologist indicator at the end of their name, I'm assuming that they should know what an omnivore is.
Right,
You know,
right.
we're not
Like, I
opposite
feel like we're
carnivores.
probably on the same page.
Yeah. You know, nobody's disagreeing that humans are omnivores. Nobody. I mean, sometimes we could bring up the discussion, are we really, you know, supposed to, you know, like biologically seeing that most primates are like over 99% on plant diets? Like, our biology doesn't necessarily make us hunters, but sure, we can survive off of eating animal products. Nobody's denying that. We get it. We don't have to.
Yeah, like I had said, we're not obligate omnivores.
Yeah, there's no such thing as an obligate omnivore. Like, it's funny. I mean, I don't know, but it's all good. I mean, I'd really like to.
I don't know, when I was reading about stomach pHs and stuff, like how we have long intestinal tracts and the teeth that support like a mostly, what do you call them? Oh my god, my brain. When they only eat plants. What's that called? The classification for an animal.
Herbivore?
Thank you.
Herbivores.
Yeah, so like we're closer to the like makeup of an herbivore than we are to the makeup of an obligate omnivore, which would be something like a raccoon or like
That's the thing.
scavenging birds.
Well, scavengers aren't like there's no such thing as an obligate omnivore. Like they're like an omnivore just means you can survive off of one or the other or both. Like even like carnivores, like even eat grasses, like to help like the digestion process or like make them like puke or something like that. But that doesn't mean that they are omnivores. You know, like they can't survive off of just eating plants in nature. Like whereas like these raccoons, like if you were to give them like plants and stuff like that, like in captivity or something, you know, and just feed them a plant-based diet off of like natural foods that they can digest, they can survive off of a plant diet. It's kind of like dogs, right? Dogs come from wolves, but you know, dogs are omnivores, and I know that there's this like new term that they use, like classifying dogs as I wish I had it offhand. It's well, God, what's the term? Something carnivore, but it still indicates omnivory, but it's just an argument point that's brought about to like discourage people from feeding their dogs plant-based diets. But dogs, like, same thing, like they scavenge, right? They'll scavenge, they can eat meat, they can go out and eat rotting fruits and vegetables and be fine. They have the digestive tract for it, but they do just fine on plant-based diet, and that's pretty much every omnivore. Whew, that was a rant. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, so this is a little off topic, but wasn't there someone who was saying that humans are scavengers the other day?
Well, I mean, primates, like, especially like in our evolutionary path, like we were, you know, late Australopithecus started scavenging animals, and there's nothing wrong with that. We needed to do it for survival. You know, I think our intelligence, like, kind of watched other animals scavenging, and we kind of picked that up, you know. But, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. I think the better term would be opportunistic omnivores.
All I know is we've had really bad luck with our guests back to back. We had Debate Bro Steve and Farmer John back to back.
But it was an axiom, though, so, you know, it didn't.
God. I just fucking hate these idiots.
Oh, facultative carnivore. Like, that's the term that, like, people are trying to use. Like,
what's the first word?
Facultative carnivore.
Okay.
And all it is it's like, all it means is a species that's an omnivore but prefers to eat meat in the wild. right? It doesn't really mean that they're actually a carnivore. It's just a preference, and they can survive just fine on plant diets. So if anybody ever uses that term, just say, so you mean an omnivore?
I mean,
Right.
Exus is in the comments talking about the 900 plants that are toxic for human consumption, or sorry, the 4 animal products that are toxic for human consumption, and the over 900 plants that are toxic for human consumption. Yeah, there's also like 30,000 plant foods and like maybe 100 varying types of animal products that you could consume. So I feel like your point is kind of moot. And also, like, thanks to science, you don't really have to worry about whether or not a plant food could be toxic to you, because you can literally just look it up. If you wanted to go foraging, you could just look it up. If you're not foraging, like most human beings, and you're buying your food from a grocery store, you just buy the food in the grocery store, and that's not toxic to your body.
Yeah, like animal heme is significantly toxic for humans.
I mean,
Cholesterol is toxic. Like,
either way, it's just like this silly appeal to nature fallacy. Like, it has nothing to do with any argument anywhere. It's just like, hey, there's lots of toxic plants. It's like, yeah. Conversely, if you go look at the biomass on this planet, by biomass, plants outweigh everything by a fucking shitload. So no wonder there's going to be more plant species that are going to be potentially toxic than number of animals that you could consume that are going to be toxic, or animal products that are going to be toxic. Like, just proportionally, there's probably more, proportionally speaking, towards the biomass that are coming from animals, or at the very worst, it's about equal. So it's just crazy to me.
the even bigger irony here is, sure, there might be over 900 toxic plants, but you can drive down the street to the grocery store and buy some non-toxic.
Do that, Ozark. That's too hard. I give up.
Better than going and hunting at McDonald's, right?
It's too difficult. Stop making me do stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I just have some sentimental feeling that like I don't want to do stuff.
My God.
So
It's primitive.
Oh no,
It's very
wait,
primitive.
no. You're saying that wrong. You don't have a sentimental feeling. You have an axiom that.
right.
A very primitive axiom at that. Let me tell you.
This is the most fundamental logic we use to break down why certain things are good or bad. Is I have a sentimental feeling. That's the axiom. Okay.
You can't forget primitive. Like it's a very primitive axiom.
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing. Guy's a genius.
Yeah. I debate bros are goofy. Isn't that like sophistry? Isn't that like the correct term for that?
I think it's just called.
I mean, that guy was just an idiot, though. That guy wasn't.
I think it's just called being dumb.
Yeah, but it's like people try to overwhelm you with, formal logical terms without really having any goal in sight, but to try to overwhelm you.
That's like approaching Gish galloping. That's basically what he's kind of getting at. But yeah.
Sophists are silly. Silly sophists.
They're so soft. Such soft hands.
Hey, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Yay!
Yeah.
So I think we have problems managing guests when you're not here.
Yeah, none of us have the ability to like mute or like even accept people. We can't do any of it.
Oh, that's weird. Or Boros
I
was
can mute
meeting,
anyone.
Yeah.
Mute me. Mute me, Daddy.
Well, Once I end the live today, I'll make sure to go through the moderator settings and make sure everybody has the ability to pull people up and stuff. I don't know why that is. Is that Ravis the biologist? Is that the devil from Longlegs?
I don't know. A friend drew it, and I thought it was really cool, so I made it my profile picture.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cool. What's going on?
I was just told to request stuff when I had a moment, and so I
Yeah,
did.
we were talking about not being obligate omnivores. So I guess maybe can you tell me what your understanding of, well, first of all, how old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
So
Okay,
should
cool.
we address you as Ravi just to make sure so we're on the same page?
One more time, I'm so sorry, I didn't catch that.
Can we address you as Ravi?
Ravi, Ravis, however you want to say it, man. I'm chill.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we just want to, so we're respectful. Sorry, Desi, go ahead.
No, you're good. Can you tell us what you understand about veganism, like why people go vegan?
From what I understand, it's mostly for the moral reasons. I would, that's what I've always been connected to it as.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, so it would apply like outside of our diet as well, right? That makes sense if we're following it for ethical reasons.
Yeah, exactly. And I totally see it. You know what I mean? If I thought that it was sustainable with my family system that I have, I would absolutely switch to it. It's just, as is, it's currently not sustainable. And so
yeah, can you like source that claim or tell us why you think it's not sustainable?
Well, I have 2 kids, or well, I have 4 kids in total, right? But my 2 youngest ones are autistic, and they have very specific food groups in which they accept. And unfortunately, when you leave those food groups, when you leave those food types and stuff like that, even if it's just in small amounts, they don't accept the food. And my 5-year-old has gone as far as to starve himself for several days because of that.
Yeah, so like obviously autism is a spectrum disorder and there are different levels to like the sensory issues that come along with that. My daughter is not diagnosed with autism, but she has ADHD and I suspect she may also be autistic. She definitely displays signs of having like ARFID. And we still managed to feed her on a plant-based diet. Like there's no doubt that it was difficult and there have been like some adjustments that have needed to be made. But like I'm not going to speak for your kids, but I'm just telling you like from personal experience, even dealing with a kid who is likely on the autism spectrum, I was still able to take us away from consuming any animal products. So it is doable.
Just in a different angle, really quick.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to like go into the territory of like necessarily discounting or somebody's experience or the I guess the significance of their like condition. So let's focus it on you, Ravi, right? Like let's say like I do personally suffer from ARFID myself, but I can't attest to yours, just like I can't, or your children's, just like I can't attest to my significantly autistic cousins either. But let's just talk about you and everybody who doesn't experience that first, right? Let's address that first. Like what would prevent you yourself from like adhering to a plant-based diet?
Yeah, in truth, the answer to that question is almost nothing. I myself minimize the amount of meat that the amount of meat that I put in my diet by as small a margin as I can, and the meat that I do allow in my diet is stuff like. So I work over in St. Louis. I don't care if people. I'm not really doxing myself. Everyone that follows me knows, that kind of information about me, right? And we have to pull a lot of the Chinese trout and salmon out of the water and stuff like that. And a lot of times, when they get pulled out of the water because they're invasive species, a lot of times they just get piled up. And so I try to minimize my impact on, especially meat and stuff like that, to specifically those. I have not had. I'm allergic to beef. I'm I don't eat anything basically except for the fish that I get from work and stuff like that.
So, I mean, is there anything that is obligating you to consume that fish other than this, like, I guess maybe conservational reason that you're referring to, since we're talking about potential invasive species, like you don't have to consume that fish, right?
No, I don't have to, but it seems wasteful to pull them out and essentially make it so they're going to, uh, suffocate on land anyways, because we have to, protect the native populations of Lake Michigan, right? It seems wasteful to do all of that and then not put,
I
what.
mean, it's only wasteful because we determine it to be wasteful, and it's only an issue because we determine it to be an issue. I mean, in nature. Now, do you mind if I ask what kind of biologist you are?
Specifically, I work with evolutionary biology, anthropology, and environmental biology. So,
Great.
like,
So this shouldn't be this, like, anything I say. You can obviously give me your professional feedback, but I mean, I think you would agree with me that, like, over the history of evolution, there were many instances of, converging continents and like species intermingling and then separation, and even once they separated, like instances where species may have become invasive and ultimately like led towards the evolution of other species. Like, does that seem correct to you?
so in a way, yes. However, in veteran, I'm sorry, my son's throwing up while I'm talking. So,
If you need to take care of your son, you should take care of your son.
oh, he's just over here throwing up in the trash can real quick. I just wanted to, if you hear us gagging,
Okay, yeah.
He's a little sick right now. We just got out of the hospital.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh yeah. All right, Bubba. Let me set you up here for just a moment. I'm on mute for just a second to take care of this, and then I will answer your question. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, you're fine, Ravi. There is no rush. You are very respectful and you're listening, so there's no like pressure on our end for you to. We're not trying to press you.
Take care of your
Yeah.
baby.
And it's nice having a scientist, like a biologist, come and like discuss it with us, so especially one who's like concerned about conservation but also an evolutionary biologist. So this should be a good conversation. I'm pretty excited for.
Yeah, I don't know why people cannot pull people up. It does have I think it does have something to do with that I'm on the PC because yeah, vegan knowledge, who else? Ozark. Y'all should have the ability to manage guests, which is weird.
So it gives me the panel to do it, but I'm trying to like test like mute Saren.
Oh, I was able to do it. I was able to mute Ozark. Sorry, Ozark. Oh no, now it's happening to me.
Everyone has the power.
Now Ozark can't unmute or something. I don't know.
I've got the power.
I need to get admin power so that I can meet the vegan perspective whenever I need to.
You just turn on the camera. Nope. I don't even think I have
Better
my
than
cam connected.
the guy who was on earlier. Hey, wait, how do I turn on my camera?
Stupid.
Yeah, talk about like totally dropping the ball. He came up to troll and just totally messed it up.
How do I do it? Guys, can you teach me how to troll? Fuck's sakes.
Wait, who was the last guest that was up here? I think I missed the entire interaction.
That was Billy.
Evan the farmer.
Oh, how did it go? Was it a double?
As expected, just a bunch of circular.
About as well as you can imagine.
Whole hell of a lot less of axioms involved, though. So that was good.
Yeah, we basically traded a debate bro for a farmer who, yeah.
Farm bros.
Meat. Yes, we need more meat span. We need the non-vegans in here to feel comfortable. There's too many vegans in the chat, so let's spam the meats.
Make it a safe space for meat eaters.
I wanted to like make a bunch of like seitan and like plant-based sausages and stuff, and then just do a mock of Arby's and call myself Darby's and say I have the wheats.
I'm here for it. I'll buy that.
Darby's. I have the wheats.
Yeah, that's great.
Seitan steaks. Yay. Roast wheat. Corned wheat. You name it. I'll make it. Wheat brisket. Man, what am I doing to myself?
Wheat skit?
Wheat is good. Wheat is like the best. I mean, soy is awesome too. Like soy and wheat, like what a couple
the winning combo. It's like if you want, because you know, seitan by itself has a PDCAS score of like 0.41. But all you have to do is either add tofu or add lentil flour, just like at like a 4-to-1 ratio, and that takes it from a 0.41 PDCAS score to like a 0.95.
Yeah, like I'll use chickpea flour sometimes, or like soy protein. Isolate.
Is Rav back?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. Hope everything's going well. But do you remember what I had inquired to you about?
If you wouldn't mind repeating it, I think I remember it, but I just want to make sure I get I don't want to strawman you in any way.
Yeah, for sure. So just in a nutshell, because we're talking about like invasive species, like throughout the Earth's history, like, you know, planets have converged and separated, and even within like ecosystems on separated continents, like species have throughout history became invasive to other species, and that has ultimately, in many cases, led to like positive evolution of, you know, both plants and animals, right? Am I correct with that?
Yes, but also it's kind of mixed. So yes, but it has also led to just as much extinction.
Yeah, that's why I said in some instances. I didn't say in every instance. I just want to make sure that you're clear that I recognize that.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying.
So why, like, especially like within nature, like humans, we kind of removed ourselves from nature and natural processes for the most part. You know, why should like other species being invasive and nature affecting itself be our responsibility if like there isn't any real identifiable concern for us specifically?
So what I would more point to is that invasive species that I tend to attempt to extract in any way possible are ones that we have brought into the environment, ones that naturally wouldn't have been there, and ones that are unaliving. Sorry, I'm trying to use TikTok-friendly words. Unaliving off the biodiversity of these areas. We've already seen across the Mississippi River where the biodiversity that was in the Mississippi River has plummeted, and which has caused the Mississippi River to be more murky than what it was before. It has caused, you know, many species that we had all across there to essentially not, you know, die out or unalive out in that region. And
sure, but wouldn't over time that eventually correct itself? without humans, like, because historically, I mean, like I said, like humans haven't always been in the picture, and nature has always like corrected its own issues without humans.
But in all fairness as well, nature has never experienced the vast amount of moving that we have done, right? So like we can't we look at the cats, right? Cats are an invasive species all across the world right now, right?
Yeah,
us
sure.
bringing cats into the regions and allowing them to run freely outside and stuff like that has caused the extinction of so many, animals and lower and destroyed the biodiversity of many regions. And nature has never experienced that before because it was us, it was our hand that moved them in such a fast way across it. And because
Yes.
we caused the damage, we need to do something about the damage that we caused.
So here's the thing though, like I've done a lot of reading on this. From what I understand, most of the conservational efforts that we have actually practiced have had minimal effect on actually addressing like or correcting the problems, not addressing, but like actually correcting the problems. I'm not saying in all instances, but from what I've read, like many instances, like most of the instances, like conservational efforts such as that haven't really made any like significant difference or stopped any of this.
Yeah, I mean, we would be like potentially, if we were to like make something decisive to do something about XYZ animal and XYZ situation. Our main fundamental before anything, if you were to like draw a line, it would be essentially the escalation of force principle, just brought here to this invasive or problematic species, however you want to label it. Where we would again take like a long-term ecological approach. So, as much as we could do in terms of things like habitat modification or food source management, barrier installation, if the like problem or nuisance is more towards like them being in a particular area and we could like barrier them off, reducing edge zone habitats, especially for animals like deer and things like this, fertility control, restoring predation of certain animals in certain areas where they have historically been, and we had like moved them out. Like for example, like we had the grizzly bear was an animal that was stretching all the way up, from the Pacific Northwest into Alaska, and we had through projects, and I believe it was like in the 70s or 60s, removed the grizzly bear for all intensive purposes from these areas, and now they're mostly allocated to, like northern, northern, or sorry, well, just Canada in general, and then Alaska and a few other like places, and we're now like trying to look at like reversing that to an extent, to bring them back where they, quote unquote, belong. And then just, yeah, like relocation efforts of the, invasive animal. And yeah, just, a few other things like behavioral deterrence, etc. The point would be, as like a conservationist, one of the last things we would genuinely want to do is take a life where it's not necessary. So if we have another approach to resolve this issue from like a long-term ecological standpoint, that I think is a much better approach than just like the short-term effect of taking a life and hoping that was enough and doing repeating and rinsing repeating that enough times. And probably the most important factor on top of all of that, for it to be anywhere in the realm of conservation, I would say, is it needs to not be a consumptive habit. We have a lot of, people who are labeling themselves a hunter and a conservationist at the same time, where they are going out, taking the life of a deer, claiming they're doing it for conservation, and then consuming their bodies or mounting their head as a trophy. These consumptive habits are what automatically make that not conservation. If we wanted it to be conservation, ideally the nutrients like their body should be returning to that ecoregion, that ecosystem, either through fungi or plants or scavengers or bugs or things like this, consuming their body and returning it to that ecosystem rather than, a human consuming their body and shitting it down the toilet.
Yeah, and I do not entirely disagree with you. For reference, I would say that a majority of the problems that I've noticed on why conservation efforts and attempts to stop invasive species don't work is because of funding. And the issue is that it would require what people. So my workplace isn't even supposed to be working with a conservation effort over here in the Mississippi River. We are a genetics lab first and foremost, but all of us volunteer our time to it and volunteer what little money we can add to it because it's such a big problem. And the thing is that without funding, we can barely do what we're doing now to keep ahead, let alone move these species or find different ways or put funding into stopping them coming in and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
No, I mean, funding is a problem, and it's, yeah, if you were to like, be looking at wildlife centers and rehabilitation centers and just, conservation centers and just everything across the board there. Yeah, we do have like a huge disparagement of funding, but to kind of like the main thing is I guess like a focus on like the principle stance of it more than anything. Like if we were to, as an example, kind of looking at a situation of ethical qualms, like or sorry, like a some kind of issue going on, like essentially if there's some kind of moral imperative, like these are sentient beings who are being affected by us, and when you know essentially there's like a moral issue, there's like a moral dilemma in the like there's a practicalness to this that you're discussing, but there's also like the moral dilemma as well. So basically the goal would be to recognize that and understand that in times of like a certain moral crisis, dollars must not outweigh principles. I can understand where you like doing your best, but that's maybe where it should stand is like doing your best in the route of non-lethal non-lethal methods, even if that means that you are only able to do less. I think that would be still a better long-term approach. Obviously there needs to be education and improvement in terms of funding, and under this current administration, I don't expect that to happen anytime soon, unfortunately. But yeah, I think it's an imperative to still keep that in mind no matter what.
You guys mind if I caveat really quick on that too? Because I want to also mention like the whole consumption aspect of it. Okay, sure, we potentially might need to take the life of somebody else, but that eventually becomes an excuse to consume them when we consume them because it might be wasteful. And what that does is it indicates like commodification. Even if that might not necessarily be the case all the time, it still kind of puts that forward. Well, like, it's kind of an expectation now. We need to quote unquote conserve these animals and or this habitat by like intervening with these animals. So we might as well consume them because it would be wasteful. That whole mindset is what perpetuates the same cycle of violence. It doesn't influence any change in the long run. So like people such as yourself who seem to have a clear grasp on the ethics of veganism and stuff like that, like you could potentially start being the change for that by not partaking in that too, and maybe being vocal like, hey, maybe we need to look into other ways, because the less people look at animals as commodities, the less they'll look at it like, well, it would just be wasteful if we didn't consume them. And then it would start changing the processes, kind of like we're having this conversation with you and none of us were born vegans.
Yeah, and I think you have a solid point in that. I don't see with the limited funding that we have any way to do so without the unfortunate unalivement of the species that's going on, especially with the trout and stuff that are coming up river. That's not even to mention cats. Like I don't like my group is starting a a push towards getting cats out. We don't even know where to begin with that.
So I
We
understand all of that, but like I want to mention first, like we're not like taking the lives of cats and then saying, okay, well, it'll be wasteful if we don't eat them. We're not doing that with cats. My whole point here is despite the potential for having to take the life of another because it might be and like I said, I don't really agree with it myself, but I'm not in your position. The only thing I'm trying to express here is despite that maybe being the case, when you decide that you should consume them because it would be wasteful not to, what you're doing is you're contributing and perpetuating the idea that others are commodities, and then we're finding excuses to use them, when like, and if we keep continuing that cycle of thought, no real change is ever going to be made because we're looking at them like, well, they're fish. They'll be wasted if we don't eat them, So that's my point there. Like, despite the circumstances leading up to it, because like I said, I understand, like it's a big issue with funding and all that stuff. And I don't personally have the exact solution to what you're dealing with. All I know is that the mindset of continuing to consume them because it might be wasteful only perpetuates the same cycle of violence, and it doesn't influence any change in that regard or the overall solution to the problem that might be nonviolent, because we're just like, oh, well, we could just take their life and then consume them. You understand what I'm trying to get at?
Absolutely. I see exactly where you're coming from. I think one thing that I didn't communicate before, and I am going to have to go here in just a second, is my daughter didn't come off the bus, so I got to walk down to the bus stop real quick. But before I go, though, I think the part that I failed to communicate is that when we pull them out of the river, like what we have been doing, our options are not to just leave them near the riverbed and allow them to decompose. In that case, I would entirely say not wasteful at all. Nutrition back to their environment. In many cases, and especially in ours, we're forced to dispose of them due to city's terms, which essentially means throwing them in the city landfill. And to me, throwing them in the city landfill with all the other junk, it feels very. Saying, I understand what you're saying.
We understand. Listen, Ravis, go take care of your daughter. Feel free to follow us and come back and have this discussion with us anytime. I've really enjoyed the conversation. But you have stuff you need to go take care of that's more important than this. So please, I urge you to go do that, and you are welcome back anytime.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be sure to be back when I get her in here and I figure out why she decided to take the long way home. I'll be back.
Sounds good.
All right, W panel.
That was a really good point you were making, Ozark, where even though like this could be, a conversation about waste and a reduction of waste, the point you were making about the dementalization of the being is just being overlooked for that conversation. So I really appreciate you pointing that out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, discussing these topics are complicated, especially with all of the factors that he had mentioned. I know that they're real struggle, viewing animals like commodities.
Where did it end?
So he had to go because his daughter didn't get off at the bus stop. So he started talking about issues with the city and stuff like that. And I just told him listen, come back anytime. We can finish this discussion. Go take care of your daughter.
Yeah.
Wait, I feel like I missed a really good point that you made, and everybody's pointing it out. But I've had a little bit of distraction from my partner just getting home. But what was it? What was it that happened?
So essentially, I said I understand that there may be specific circumstances that we don't have the answer to when it comes to taking the life out of potential like conservational or destructive issues. The issue comes in is when we decide to consume them because we determine it might be wasteful. What that does is it doesn't influence any change. All it does is perpetuate the same cycle of violence because it's like, oh, hey, we can just take their lives and consume them, right? So nobody's really thinking about, well, if we don't look at them as commodities, like, no change will ever be made if we continue to look at them as commodities and like somebody or something that's just wasted if we don't consume them.
It's kind of one of those things where it's like, yeah, you just kind of have to make a stand regarding it. It just has to happen someday. Um, it, trying to remember the term, but like, yeah, something to the effect of like, if you have to kind of like make that initial break in the system for the system to ever change. Like someone has to, who's directly involved with this, like he is, make that stance that like I'm not going to do it this way. I'm going to do it this way. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean the closest comparison I could think, but I think this is a bit more drastic. But like going and buying secondhand leather as a vegan, you're still perpetuating the fashion statement with leather. And then others might look at it like, well, hey, it's got a leather jacket. I want to go buy myself a leather jacket because that looks sharp on him.
Yeah.
You know.
And I wanted to speak on that too, because I actually had this conversation with some vegans on a Facebook group because, and the way that they worded it is definitely a clear example on how it still perpetuates the use of them. In that they were saying that I only buy my stuff secondhand from from the thrift store, and that they specifically said, why would I want to buy a synthetic rug when the fact that a wool that comes from animal hide is just better and it's gonna last longer. And so when you say something like that and you're claiming to be vegan, if a non-vegan person or even other vegans hear you say that, it's giving them the idea, oh, I never thought about that. Like I should definitely buy carpets that are made from animal hide because it's gonna last longer. So yeah, definitely still perpetuates the idea of using them as commodifying them and using them as a resource for us. So
yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing that we are addressing is commodity status of other animals. I mean, especially when it comes to like circumstances like conservation and hunting or like invasive animals, like even if for some reason our escalation of force doesn't work and we have to use violence, we still shouldn't view them as commodities to be consumed. All that does is perpetuate the cycle. But I'm going to hop off. My wife made us some lunch, and I've been on here for a while. I'm going to hang out, but thanks for letting me come up and express my ideas and stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate you, all of you, coming up and kind of handling. I was a little bit busy with work, so I definitely appreciate you guys kind of taking the charge on the live. I think I'm gonna end it here too. My partner also just got home, so I need to show some attention to her and to her daughter. So, but I appreciate all of you guys, being up here, and hopefully somebody else will go live so that Ravi can come up and continue the conversation with whoever.
I think Ben, like whenever he's available to go live, Ravi and him should talk because Ben's got some really good insight on it too. So, Ravi, follow. I think he's still in the comments, maybe not, but Ben, the vegan farmer. I think you guys could have some like excellent discussions on the issue as well.
Yeah, definitely follow everybody. Hopefully somebody goes live. Take care, everybody. See you, Keith, Ozark, Saren.
Yep, have a good one.
Ben the farmer, Sarah, Inna, Alec, Vegan Stoner Lady, everybody. Bye, everybody. YouTube side of people. Yeah, I know it's unfortunate. I know that like Hayden is kind of, I don't know how this person evolved from school to owning cows and stuff. I wish you guys could continue the conversation with them, but yeah, I've been live for almost 5 hours now. You're they. Like I could refer to they is encompassing of both, right? So I could say they. Like I don't know what they're doing, right? I don't know what they're doing over there, right? So, but yeah, thanks everybody for coming in. To the new people, nice to see you around. Ian, I think you came around the other day. I was live. Glad you found my YouTube. And same to you, Dracolome. I'm assuming the E at the end is silent. But yeah, and Hayden, you should watch. Well, I don't even know what to direct you to because you just see animals as objects, not as individuals. I don't know. Yeah, what did I say? Dracolombe? I'm not gonna try. All right, I'll see you guys later. I gotta go. Thanks for coming by. I will be live again tomorrow.